Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order and start it out with a roll call so we can see if everybody's here.
Desiree Craig.
I'm sorry?
I'm calling roll. Desiree Craig.
Yes.
John Miller.
Yes.
Peter Dwyer.
Yes.
Chris Cabezas.
Here.
Vlad Dumitrescu.
Yes.
Carol Perez.
Yes.
Jim Chard.
Yes.
Jim, I still need to read from Form 8B regarding the vote conflict from the HPB meeting on January 15th. Carol Perez stepped down on item 7B, which is 310 Northeast First Avenue, because she was in her for the special private gain or loss, as she was a landscape architect for this project.
Thank you. Any questions with the agenda? Additions, deletions, revisions? Can we have a vote on approving the agenda?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, good. Any minutes to be reviewed and discussed? Soon though, right?
Yeah.
You expect us to remember back 6 months. Okay, swearing in of the public. So anybody who is intent on speaking this evening, please stand up and raise your right hand.
Please raise your right hand by the authority vested in me, the notary of the state of Florida. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. All right, at this time, if there are any comments from the public on subjects that are not part of the agenda, this is the time to speak. Is there anybody who wants to speak on items that are not on the agenda?
George Long, 46 North Swinton. I have a handout. Would you hand these out, please?
Yeah.
I just handed out the picture of the week because it was so unreal. There's a picture of Union Station, owned by Penn Central in New York City, and they went to the Landmark Preservation Board, and asked
Mr.
if
Long?
they could just put 55 stories on top of that.
George, I think
Yes.
you need to face us.
Oh,
And I
you
think
guys?
that's Grand Central Station, right, Union Station.
Anyway, this is Grand Central Station, owned by Penn Central, or no, I'm sorry, it's Union Station. All right, I quit. Well, anyway, so I thought the picture was just so interesting to see something like that, and that was for real. And I thought as a historic preservation board, you might run across something like that and probably turn it down. And the important thing about that actually is a landmark case, and it was one of the first cases where the federal government had to weigh regulatory taking against historical preservation. And guess who won? Historical preservation. In Florida, you don't have to go as far as the taking, you just do Burt Harris. And when they started talking about the historic district in Atlantic Avenue, I thought, oh no, Burt Harris. But apparently, we can, if you want to, you can do it. Burt Harris Act won't stop you. And the reason I mentioned that is some people mentioned like, oh no, they're going to sue us and stuff. Anyway, thank you.
So,
I thought you
may I
enjoyed
ask,
it.
You're basically talking about air rights and the
So-
buying and selling of air rights,
Air rights.
because I think that's.
Well, this had air rights too, and they turned it down. The Penn Central Station, they could have sold the transfer development rights, and the preservation board said, "Why don't you guys do that?" And they said, "No, it's not going to. That's not as good as building something on top. That's not a good trade." And but in New York, they did this a few times with the air rights, and in Florida, they've done it some too. Not right here, but different places. Maybe not air rights, but other type of transfer development rights. So that's
Thank
all
you.
I'd say. Enjoy the
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair and Board, Roger Cope, Cope Architects, Inc., 701 Southeast First Street, Marina Historic District. I just want to make a public announcement. The Preservation Trust of which I'm a member, is sponsoring this month, at the end of this month, March 29th, which is a Saturday. It's going to be held in the Old School Square Gym, the Field House. We are sponsoring a historic preservation educational event, and that's centered around Legos, the little building blocks all of our kids and grandkids use. And so we have an invitation to the public, and I just wanted to make sure you guys got a flyer. I'm going to give it to Denise, and she can pass that around. But there's no real age limit to the youngsters that can participate, and it's run by a retired architect that does this all over the country. So it's a very successful event, and what we've been spending a year preparing for this thing. We've identified 65 historic buildings that merit historic preservation classification of some sort throughout the city of Delray. 65 of them. We started with like 100, we boiled it down to about 65, and the kids come into the gymnasium in the teams. They form little teams, and they think about this beforehand, and they get to pick which building they want to build out of Legos based on a photograph that we provide them. And on the back of the photograph is a little tiny history of the building. So it's, there's the educational part. So they get 2 hours to build it, and it's not a competition. Nobody walks out with a big gigantic prize or anything. But one of the coolest things that we do, we print a map of the core of downtown Delray, in which all 65 of these buildings are identified. And after they build it, they get to pick it up from their table, their little work table, and they go place it on the map itself. So, it'll be, you'll see and this map is almost as big as this room. So they take their shoes off, they walk across this map, and they put their Legos model down, and then they just stand back, and our MC talks about every single building, highlighting the history that's on the back of that card, plus a little bit more. So it's a family-oriented thing. It's a blast. I've seen it in action. I've participated. Kids just love it. They eat it up, and it's short enough to keep their attention, and it's just a great event. So if I can, I'll give these to Denise, and if you will, I'm going to email everybody tomorrow that flyer as a reminder. But if you can promote it in any way, show up, put a team together. We're challenging the DDA. We're challenging the CRA. I challenged every architectural firm in town to put a team together so that they can maybe select one of the buildings that they had participated in some way. So it's going to be a ball. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Roger.
Thanks.
I think that's perhaps our first public service announcement. All right, any other comments from the public? All right, let's move on. Any presentations from staff? All right, this is expert. So that means that we can march right into quasi-judicial hearing. So let's get started with the first one.
Hi, Michelle Hoyland, Principal Planner.
Hold on, if you,
Oh, you gotta read the rules.
sorry, if you wouldn't mind reading the rules, Chair. Thank you
Sure,
very much.
glad we have you there, Kelly. Okay. This hearing shall be conducted in accordance with the City of Delray Beach quasi-judicial rules. The applicant and the city shall be permitted to present their case. The public shall be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each, or a maximum of 6 minutes if the person represents an organization or a group of people who are present but agree not to speak. The board members, staff, and applicant may be allowed to cross-examine each witness. The city or the applicant will be allowed time to offer rebuttal testimony. The decision to approve or deny an application or an appeal may not legally be made upon personal views as to whether the project is a good project or not, nor may a decision be based on the numbers of citizens who support or oppose a particular project. The law requires that all decisions must be made on the basis of whether the project meets the requirements of law, the comprehensive plan, and the land development regulations. All right.
Thank you, Chair. Michelle Hoyland, Principal Planner. I'd like to enter file number 2024-225 into the record. This is for a COA at 202 Northeast Fifth Court. And the applicant is here and their agent, and they will present first.
Thanks. It's actually Fifth Terrace.
Oh, did I say something else?
It says court on the screen.
Oh, I hope it doesn't say that through the whole presentation. This is the owner, it does. The record should show that it's 202 Northeast Fifth Terrace.
It does on the
Before they-
agenda, if that helps.
Before he starts, should we do ex parte?
Yes, please.
I drove past the property. I haven't spoken to anybody.
Okay. Carol?
Drove past.
No.
No.
All right, sir.
Okay, I have 10 minutes.
15.
Ooh, 15. I hopefully won't use 15. Welcome, Mark Schlesman, my wife Amy Davidson. We bought this house back in June and have been eagerly awaiting our time here to talk about the enhancements we'd like to make to the house. The house was built in 1951, has changed quite substantially in that time, and the changes we're planning on making are going to be hopefully further improvements, but not overly dramatic from a streetscape standpoint. What you can see in front of you is just what we're going to cover, and I'll dive right in. First, introductions. Besides myself and my wife, Tyler is here from our construction company. We also have architect and engineering staff that have been involved for the last several months to put together the material that you have received already and what we're going to talk about in the next few minutes. So, quick overview. It is a relatively small house, as is typical of this area. The house, when it was originally built in 1951, was a very typical flat-roofed, small house with a carport. Over the years, it changed into a somewhat larger house, but still a two-bedroom, two-bath, relatively small house on the corner of Northeast 2nd Avenue and Northeast 5th Terrace. You probably don't see it very well from the street because many years ago a hedge was put in that pretty much blocks the whole view of the house from the streetscape. And the other two sides, the neighbors have put up fences sometime in the past that are good 6-foot wooden fences. So they can't really see into our property from their side either, the south or the east. What we're planning on doing, which you'll see shortly, is to put an addition in the back of the house. The back being the side away from Northeast 5th Terrace. So basically the open space between the back of the house and that fence that I referred to, 2/3 of it or so would be occupied by an addition. So it's taking an existing rectangle and adding a rectangle to it. Would also like to put in a pool. That pool would go in the west yard, and you'll see that on the plans when we get to it. So that's the substantial part of what we're asking for. It's an addition in the back, pool on the side, and a couple other minor changes which we'll refer to as we go through the materials. As it says at the bottom, there's some demolition needed. To put the addition on the back, you got to open the back wall. Not the entire wall, but a good half of it, so that you can walk from the existing house into the new addition. That's the basics. Please feel free to interrupt as I go if there's questions, but the diagrams and such will provide more detail. You probably can't see this as well as I could when I had it on my computer, but it shows you roughly where this is. It's right up Northeast 2nd Avenue. When you cross over Northeast 4th Street, there's 3 fifths after that, right? There's 5th Street, 5th Court, and then 5th Terrace, and that's where we are. Again, forgive me, the size, if you've received the files before, you can see. The interesting thing about this neighborhood is, as I said, a lot of the original houses that are the older ones, and frankly, mostly the ones closer to the railroad tracks, are that original flat roof, simple look. Most of the ones that are further from the tracks are different. Lots of different styles. Right across the street from us is actual commercial building, Some of you may have been to the spa that's in that commercial building. There are other commercial buildings in the neighborhood as well. So the neighborhood is really quite mixed. It's really only to the east of us that you get back to those 1950s look small houses. This is a top-down view of the house. Most of these pictures were taken by the seller's realtor about a year ago. So the vegetation may not be exactly what you're seeing, but it's pretty close. On the right is Northeast 5th Terrace, and on the top would be Northeast 2nd Avenue. The driveway is Chicago brick, which would imply that it's a little redder than it looks. It's slightly redder than it looks, but it is somewhat yellowish red, to be honest. Everything you're seeing on that is probably from the last 30 to 40 years. The original 1951 house is kind of hidden under there because the bulk of the house is a normal, traditional roof. I can't remember what you call it, but an angled roof. That was put in back in the 70s or 80s. The other flat roofs that you see on the right side and the lower left, those were put in again dozens of years ago. In the upper right, there is a nice pergola that was put in 10 years ago. So I don't know if any of you guys were still on the board from 10 years ago, but that's when that was done. On the upper left is a shed. There's a little roof of a shed. That's going to get removed, so we can put that addition off to the left there. You'll see that a little better as we go do a little walk around. This is the view from the street. So substantially, this is the only real view from the street into the house. Everything else is blocked by that hedging and woods that are there. So the front door, small front door, it's actually a very small house when you look at it from this angle. It's just a small, very deep rectangle. This is the left side. This is where the garbage pails are and the HVAC. So this is kind of, I'll call it the back of the house, even though it's the side. It's the part that really no one sees. There's a door into the kitchen here, but there's a generator in the background. This is the ugly side of the house. This is the true back of the house, and this is where the addition's going to go. You can see that shed that I referred to. The addition isn't going to take the full width of what you see. It's going to take most of the width of what you see is covered by that angled roof. So imagine a rectangle pointing toward us that covers those two windows and comes toward us about 26 feet. That's what's going to be there. And again, the plans will make that a little clearer. This is the west side of the house. You can see that pergola. It actually opens and closes in the rain, allegedly. Haven't used that yet, but that's the patio that was put in 10, 11 years ago. This is where I'm standing where the pool would be. Now, again, forgive me if this isn't the most visible things in the world, and I'm not going to be an expert and zoom in here, but what we're planning on doing is opening that south wall, removing there's a patio in the back, which is inconsequential, but it's just paved area in the back. And there's also some work we need to do. You can see little orange indications on the left and the south and the lower left. We got to remove some of the existing windows. A couple we're removing because we're going to repurpose them into the addition. And the one on the mid left, we're going to turn into a door. And that's so we have a door to get out to the pool. This is, I'll say, an artist's view of what this will look like when it's done. So you saw from the picture a couple pictures ago, that yard was just a normal yard. Now we're going to have that pool out there. And you can walk out the door to get to the pool, or you can walk out through the existing pergola patio. But the idea is that it's a relatively narrow, long pool for a relatively narrow, long house, right? So it complements each other. And this other artist view also just shows you not only the pool, but the new addition on your right, extending the house. So what was a shoebox-shaped house is now a very long shoebox-shaped house. And this is the site plan showing in blue kind of all the new stuff, right? The addition on the bottom, the pool on the left, We're actually hoping to get an outdoor shower just outside the addition, so you can use that before or after pool. But other than that, that's really the heart of what we're doing. Here's the elevations. The east elevation, the dirty side of the house, you can see that the addition is on your left. The nice side of the house, you can see the addition is on the right. And we've tried to basically be consistent with the windows and doors, with what it used to be and what it's going to be. The view on the left is the view from the south. Again, this is really not going to be seen by anybody because it's hidden by the neighbor's fence. But if you could jump over the neighbor's fence and stand there, this is what you would see. And the view from the street, which is the one on the right, the only difference between what is there now and what would be there in the future is you can see the little wall of the outdoor shower on the right. You really can't see this from the street because there's bushes in the way, so you can't get that avenue. But if the bushes weren't there, that's what you'd see had changed in the house, is that the outdoor shower wall is now visible. And far be it to omit the really technical stuff, is the civil engineer went through and said, well, if you're putting in a pool, if you're adding an addition, you're reducing the amount of space for rainwater. So we want to make sure we're being conservative here. Even though the house as it exists has never flooded, it is basically at street level. This is not on a hill, right? So I know when you look at the civil engineering regulations in town, there's a desire that the houses are elevated. There's an awful lot of houses in this town that are not elevated, right, that are at street level. And so we have that challenge of, well, what are we going to do to make sure that if we're going to cover more of the surface area, we're not going to create a problem that doesn't exist now. So our civil engineer has designed drainage which would go in the west yard and under the driveway so that we have an additional capacity to capture rainwater, and basically wouldn't be issuing water out onto the street any more than happens today. And frankly, it doesn't happen today. I don't know if you remember last summer, we had a couple of days of really heavy rain. I'm sure that's happened more in the past, but I've only been here 2 years, so that was the heaviest period I saw. And there is a little water running down the street in front of the house, but the land, the rain on our lot doesn't go into the street, and the rain in the street doesn't go under our lot. So that's the way it works today. We're trying to make it better than that, and certainly not worse than that. So that's the idea of doing all of this stormwater drainage work in advance so that we don't have a problem in the future. Questions or comments?
We will get to those after the staff makes its presentation. And
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, is this on? Okay. For the record, I'm Katharina Palavoda, Senior Historic Preservation Planner. Okay. This request is for 202 Northeast 5th Terrace. The structure and the property is located in historic Delida Park Historic District. The request is for the construction of a 718 square foot one-story addition to the rear of the contributing structure. Including that is the construction of a swimming pool to the west side of the property and other ground improvements. Okay, just going to go over a brief history of the property. On this set up right today.
Want to make you feel better.
Someone messed with the angle.
that's 3 out of 7. We've got 4 more to go.
The subject property consists of lots 1 and 2, lease of 25 feet, block 9 in the Delida Park lots. The property is located within the locally designated Delida Historic Park Historic District and currently contains contributing 1951 one-story masonry vernacular style single-family residence. According to the original building cards, the structure is CBS block with a stucco exterior and has gable and flat roofs. There is veneer brick elements along the northeast corner of the structure where the carport once existed. And then the existing windows are a mixture of single hung and block glass styles. There were minor modifications made to the structure in 1988, which included a slab with the screen enclosure to the northwest corner of the residence and a small addition in the rear of the southeast corner. Okay, so here we can see an aerial. It's on the corner of Northeast 2nd Avenue and Northeast 5th Terrace. Okay, this is an aerial of the existing structure. We see the front elevation. This is the front elevation. We're going to get to it later in the report, but this specifically is highlighting the bronze frame windows and doors, as well as the I think it's a gray tint glass. Okay, this is the east side elevation. West side. Southwest in the rear. And then the full rear elevation. Okay, here we have a survey, so you can see the existing structure on site along with some pavers. The existing site plan is pretty similar. No real changes here. Okay, so the proposed site plan, we can see the addition in red, the original structure. The original structure is in blue, and then we can see the proposed swimming pool on the west-hand side. Okay, so these are the existing floor plans along with the proposed. On the existing, you can see there's a small shed in the rear of the structure. If I go back, you can probably see it a little bit better in here. It's tiny in blue. But that's to be removed to accommodate the addition along with partial area of the south wall. Okay, so here we have the existing and proposed front elevations. There are no proposed changes. Here we see the east side where you can see where the addition is. This is the west side. There is a minor change with a window becoming a door. I know Mark previously mentioned that, and we can kind of get into that a little bit later as well. And then we can see the addition in the rear of the property. Okay, so this is the existing versus proposed south rear addition. So we can see the elevations completely changed because of the new addition that's in the rear. This is the roof plan. And these are the proposed materials. So they, including with the ground improvements, they will be doing travertine. I think this is travertine on there. Or travertine. For the pool deck, and then the pool will be fenced in with the black aluminum fence, so we can see the different examples that they have on there. The addition will match the original structure in color. Here you can see at the bottom there's two different paint colors. One, I guess the orange is a very specific mix, so there's no specific name for it, so we just had that on there just so you can see the color matches for the addition. Okay, so these are excerpts from the Secretary of the Interior standards from the staff report. So we did note that the proposed addition is complementary to the existing structure. And the modifications, according to the Secretary of Interior standards for additions, they can be considered appropriate for the structure, and they wouldn't have a negative effect on the historic structure as well as the historic district. Okay, with regard to the windows and doors, I previously mentioned the existing structure did contain bronze frames window and some gray tint. Based off of the design and the style of the structure, we did review it, and the gray tint as well as the bronze frames were considered appropriate visual compatibility for the actual structure. So normally we do white frame windows with clear tint, but specifically for this one, after our analysis, we decided that this is actually appropriate for the structure. So their proposal when they switch out windows is actually to use the bronze frame with the gray glass to match what's existing on the structure. However, because there is a change to what's usually used within historic structures when it comes to windows, we did note here that the board will need to make a determination whether or not the addition and the windows are considered appropriate. Okay, we did note the east side of the wall did include a window. Let me see if I can go back. This one, there's two things. Okay, so the east side did contain a window. However, with regards to solids to voids and proportion of windows, we did have a minor concern that this was a blank wall. So the board will need to determine whether or not the standards with regard to proportion of windows and solids to voids would be appropriate. Okay, then going back to, let's see. Okay, I think I have another. Okay. Okay, so highlighted here are the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation that apply to this particular application, and all of these are covered within the staff report. These are the visual compatibility standards that also apply. They're highlighted in yellow, which are also discussed in the report. These are your certificate of appropriateness findings. And these are the site plan technical items for the applicants. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Anybody from the public who has some thoughts that they'd like to share with us at this time? This is your opportunity. Don't everybody come up at once. Okay, I guess we now move on to the rebuttals. Does the applicant have any rebuttals from the staff report?
No.
Okay. And
None from
Michelle?
staff.
Nothing? Well, I guess we'll go to the board then. Anybody want to start us out? I think Carol should start us out on this one.
I'll start. Yeah, I think it was a very tasteful addition, and I feel like you met the criteria set forth by the Secretary of the Interior standards and the LDRs. And I appreciate the addition being done without any requests for variances and things like that. But I think you have the benefit of a large piece of land, and so you had some room to work with, and that's it.
Vlad?
Well, I have a question actually. I have a question to Michelle, I guess, or to you.
Katharina.
Yeah, I know that the idea is when you add create an addition, you're supposed to create some sort of a difference between the new and the old. And the way it was resolved here was a tiny little step back of the wall.
Correct. Yes.
But the roof actually continues.
Correct.
So,
Yes.
So I'm wondering, does that become a typical answer? I start to think it's kind of irrelevant because everything else is there and just this little, almost a mistake looking thing, if there's a better way to do it, in conjunction with the fact that doing that actually, in my opinion, removed an important feature of the existing building was the corner window. That's pretty typical to that. I have it in my house too, and it's pretty unique. So I would actually suggest, if there's a possibility, I wouldn't mind using that. I mean, if you maintain the window, and I don't give solution, but the goal would be to use that feature, keep that, and create a break. And I don't mind if the walls are actually in the same plane since the roof is in the same plane anyway. That's number one. The second one is the bronze is really obviously it's a newer type of finish for 1960s, 1950s actually house, and it's okay with me. I understand it's okay. Is it any smarter way? Maybe the fence should be bronze as well, or doesn't matter? I mean, where the black comes from. I know it's standard, but
Yes.
but it's
Okay.
standard finish. Is it any way? I mean, does it matter really? Not to be honest, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just curious
Okay.
a little bit.
So the fencing does match the bronze frame. It's like a bronze black. The aluminum fence actually does match the doors and the window. So everything is kind of cohesive. Going back to what you mentioned about there's a slight like a
Step
part,
back.
yeah, within the wall. That is typical with additions for historic preservation. It's specifically, it's not something that all architects do, but it's when you ask for an addition to not specifically duplicate or be identical to a structure, it's kind of up to the architect's interpretation on how they do it. And it's something that a professional would know that, a layman probably wouldn't see. So if someone's walking, around the house, any person off the street would probably just assume like, they may not even see it, but, to professionals, like us, we can see that and say that's an addition and it's not original to the structure. There are other ways that you can differentiate an addition, but like I said, it just kind of depends on, what the architect decides and, but the niche it's appropriate.
So it doesn't bother you that the window is gone?
Vlad, if you can just come up to your
It
microphone
did-
just a
oh,
little
wow,
bit more.
really?
Yeah.
Sorry.
There
I
you
thought
go.
I'm screaming. Okay, never mind. I think there's a little bit of a missed opportunity there, because you could create that separation between the new and the old by keeping, maybe with a serious recess there, the window, not lose that feature, and resolve the conflict, because the roof is still lined up, so it's not even really a serious difference between the two. I know we do that to not to change, to be able to finish the two different material at different times, to create a break. But in this case, I think you can use something else. I mean, maybe there's even an idea of tile for the shower area or something else. I think it's a little like a fake solution, just that little step back, that's all.
May I ask a clarifying question, just to be clear that this is the window you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what your comment is that the step back, which is about 4 inches,
Yeah.
Eliminates that corner piece of the window,
Correct.
which is important to the
Correct.
structure. So you could definitely talk with the applicant more about that too, to see if.
Yeah, I don't want to design it, I'm just,
No, but I think you're asking an important question about a defining characteristic feature
Right.
of the building, which is that corner window. It's pretty popular during the mid-century.
correct.
So the owner or his agent, I would suggest you talk with them a little more about that.
Okay, well,
If I may point out, that window is actually moving to the addition. So the addition is going to have that same corner
you
window.
maintain that,
Yeah, so that feature will be preserved.
okay. All right,
The feature will be.
Replicated.
relocated. but
Thanks.
Relocated,
It's-
replicated,
I mean, again,
whatever word would be.
it's your,
So we won't lose that feature.
well, you are, but that's, I'm not gonna, generally speaking, I have no problem with the addition, it's very nice. The result is very elegant and works well. I just think it's a little bit of a missed opportunity.
Did you want to hear from the applicant with regard to the roof line?
Well, it's flat, I mean, it's continuous, there's no break or anything like that. That makes sense, to be honest with you, because of
Okay.
the roof construction and everything, it's not like
All right,
complicating it, so I think I'm okay with that.
John?
I'm good with as is.
Well, I think that was a good point about the window, the corner window. But they're keeping it, so and I think in the overall scheme of things, it's still remaining within the architectural design language. Overall, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the windows being the bronze and the blank facade on the east side that was mentioned. I'm okay with that. You don't really see that from the street. So overall, I'm in favor.
No, I'm in favor too. I missed
But those are good questions.
But you always see the little things that I
Yeah.
think some
Yeah,
of us
yeah,
miss,
yeah.
so it's great that you say that.
Peter?
Yes, I think this is a well thought out, modest request. I am curious about how long the process has taken, since it is a small revision. If someone could speak to that, when was the application first submitted?
Michelle, could you double check that for us? The applicant submitted, had a round of TAC comments. I think this was one round or two? Two rounds of TAC comments. They resubmitted their most recent submittal 3 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago. And then we prepared it for the board.
So the whole process, when did they
She's looking
come
it up.
about?
So just as a note for future applications, staff reports coming to the board, we are considering putting that timeline on the agenda so that the board can see that, or maybe as an attachment or something like that.
I think that would be helpful.
Because we explained to our applicants in our pre-app process that an application can get to a board even with variances, waivers, relocation, which all require, well, not waivers, but require notice, public notice. They can get to the board in 6 weeks with a flawless or near flawless submittal. If an application comes through with a round of TAC comments, we turn our comments around typically 2 to 3 weeks. The code allows us 30 days. There's state requirements for review that are now in place that we have to adhere to. So an applicant gets the comments and then it's in their court.
Okay.
And they have to respond within 60 days. If they don't respond within 60 days, an application is administratively withdrawn. They can ask for an extension to that time period. So a lot of times it's back in the design professionals' hands, which now it's their schedule, not ours. So you might see an application that took 9 months to get to the board because the applicant took 8 months to return, or 7 months to return the submittal.
That's understandable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, just because this is pretty straightforward and it looks like it's not a huge request.
She's trying to get it to load. Perhaps by the time.
I don't want to delay anything, but I
I
like
was
the
gonna say,
project.
if she pulls it up by the time you're done with this item, we'll let you know.
Ezra, you're up. You're good?
Everything has been said that should be said.
Well, thank you. May I ask a couple questions? In terms of the setbacks, I may have missed it in the presentation or in the staff report, but where do we stand, particularly with the addition in the pool? Are they?
May I ask this?
It's in compliance with all of the setbacks?
Yes, sir.
There's no variances or.
Yeah, I know they're, okay.
They're well within the setbacks based
Okay.
on what I saw.
In this proposal, they chose to place the pool in front of the home. So it's between the home and the adjacent Northeast 2nd Avenue right-of-way, and it does meet the requirements for setbacks.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Yes.
Thanks. The applicant talked about the filtration and exfiltration. I'm just wondering if it's not going into the street and the street's not coming in, is there a connection to the stormwater system?
No, it's just going to the ground.
Please, kindly come up.
Sorry. I won't pretend to be a civil engineer, but what the engineering firm has proposed and Patrick, with the city engineer, has reviewed is drainage going down into the ground to the west of the pool. So any excess stormwater that would have normally been taken into the western yard now has a place to run further underground. So it doesn't go into the stormwater
Okay.
system, it just goes into deeper into the dirt. shall we
Okay.
say.
So if I may just ask for my own purpose, is that an exfiltration trench or is it percolating through natural?
It's a civil drawing that will
Yes.
depict where
I
the
got you,
water
thanks.
goes.
Could you just say your name and address for
My
the
name is
record?
Tyler. My address?
Yeah.
Oh.
First, last name.
It can be
Yeah,
your
my name is
business
Tyler
address.
Hoover, and the address is 202 Northeast 5th Terrace.
There's also a question as to whether you were sworn in.
I don't know. Do I need to be?
It's best that you be.
Okay. Bring it on.
No, you can leave your hat on.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. By the authority vested in me, the notary of the state of Florida. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Tyler.
We have a professional engineer created a civil drawing to keep, obviously we're adding a pool and an existing structure on a property where in without those, you'd have a natural green space. So permeable and impermeable substrate is obviously going to be taken up now. So we have created a way to keep our storm water on our property without going out into the road, and that is just about as simple as it can be. We're keeping our own storm water on our property and draining into the storm drain through a civil engineer, very, very qualified.
Okay, thank you.
Are you ripping up the driveway to do that?
Oh, we are going to pull it up and put it right back.
Okay.
Yes.
Now that that's been brought up, we have to talk about that. And it's noted in the staff report. I'm sorry, but we do have to address. If the driveway is removed, it needs to be set 5 foot off of the property line. If the driveway stays in its current condition and is not removed, it can remain where it's at. But it does go right to the edge of the property, and the city engineer is going to make that comment at the time of permit. So just please be prepared for that.
And that's fine. And we've already actually been speaking with them that we may move the actual drain just off of the driveway where it wouldn't make a difference whether it's in the center of the driveway
The
or
city
here.
drain.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me address that with the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it up. I had one final question for the applicant, if I may. We up here are not empowered to look at your landscape plans, but I would like to ask one question, and it really is that as you drive up Northeast Second, that is just a green wall.
Yes.
Right? And I'm just wondering if you gave any thought to the fact that you are doing all of this great work to the house, and it is a historic structure, whether it made any sense for the public to be able to see it from the street. I'd just like your comments on that.
At this point in time, we weren't planning on changing that. I will digress for 1 second as you've asked the question. What hasn't been mentioned is one of the things that elongated our process is we were told a few months ago we have to do a 5 foot dedication of the western land. So even the land that long hedge is on is going to be turned into city land. So it won't necessarily be our decision what that wood line ends up looking like. So I'm not trying to punt it into the future, but there's a little bit of an unknown about how much landscape changes there'll be. We, at this point, aren't planning on a bunch of landscape changes. I won't criticize or comment on decisions that were made 10 or 15 years ago about the extent of vegetation on this property, which is, I think anybody would say, is considerable. On the other hand, having a pool there, I really don't want people on the sidewalk staring right into a pool.
Yeah.
So there is a balance there between, can you look and see the house? Sure, that's great. Certainly from Northeast Fifth Terrace, you can see the house. And I agree, from Northeast 2nd Avenue, you really can't see the house.
Yeah.
It's not the only house that has that characteristic, but that's a long way of saying we don't know. But the site dedication, which actually we had to go back and redo our plans because of that need to give up 5 feet of territory on the western edge, that would also complicate your question.
Okay. Well, thank you for giving us that candid answer. I just part of historic preservation, at least in my mind, is that you see the results of it, and to have that hidden behind a fence, which I understand for privacy and noise and so forth, is a consideration. But thank you for answering that. Okay, I think we're ready to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move approval of the Certificate of Appropriateness 2024-225 for the property located at 202 Northeast 5th Terrace, Delita Park Historic District, by finding that the request and approval thereof is consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets the criteria set forth in land development regulations.
Second.
Call the roll.
Ezra Craig,
Yes.
John Miller,
Yes.
Peter Dwyer,
Yes.
Chris Capezas,
Yes.
Vlad Dumitrescu.
Yes.
Carol Perez,
Yes.
Jim Chard.
Yes. Thank you very much. Let's now move on to file number 2023-102, I believe. Any ex parte conversations?
Drove past the property.
Okay.
I drove past.
Yes.
None?
Just drove past.
Okay. Peter?
Yes.
Ex parte?
No ex parte communication on this one.
Okay.
None.
None. And none for me. Katerina, I apologize for switching the names. Well, you both started at the same time. So. Okay, can you introduce into the record?
For the record, Michelle Hewitt, planner, and this is 333 North Swinton Avenue, COA 2023-102 for a COA demolition and variance request. We have the architect here to present on behalf of the owner.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Pablo Solis with Steve Sievert Architecture. And as was mentioned, this is 333 North Swinton Avenue. What we are proposing for the property is an addition on the rear of the house. And in the rear of the house, we're also contending with the land dedication along the alley. So what you see on the screen is the main street in the left side. In the center is the alleyway. In blue crosshatch is our property. And along the alleyway with that 2-foot land dedication, we have along the way in red, marked in red, you'll see some of the, oops, sorry. The buildings that you see in red are existing buildings along the alleyway. And as you can see, the alleyway is only 1 block long. Each of the buildings in red are marked because they are within 5 feet from the alleyway. Some of the buildings are right on the alleyway, not even a foot or two in. And all of those in red are a very tight, creating a tight area along the alleyway. For our property, we are doing the 2-foot dedication because that is required. And with the 2-foot dedication, we need to have our 10-foot setback from that line. With the 10-foot setback, the client would be losing of buildable floor area, 70 square feet of buildable floor area. And the various requests that we are asking for is to reduce the setback from a 10-foot required setback to an 8-foot setback, so that it's the 8 feet plus the 2-foot dedication, giving us 12 feet from the alleyway. The hardship that currently exists for the property owner is that all of the other neighbors don't have that setback requirement. Even if they were to give a 2-foot dedication, the building that sits there, because it's a historic property, can't be moved, can't be demolished. So over time, if anybody tries to improve, their building is right on the alleyway, and if they are to meet the 10-foot setback, they would have to demolish that or move the whole building in to meet the requirement. So at this point, for our client to have 10 feet plus the 2-foot dedication is a hardship, like I mentioned, losing 70 square feet. So we are requesting the 8-foot rear setback on the property. If you look at the images on the left, you could see the buildings that are along that alley and how close they are to the alley line. Along with that dedication, the rear I'll move to the next image. This is the site of the property, and the addition is on the rear of the property. As you can see, it comes right up to the setback line that we're asking for at 8 feet. We have a pool, and because of the floor area, the pool is a small pool, and it's tucked up against the building so that we can conserve and try to keep some of the green space. The paving in the rear around the pool deck, it's all pervious material that allows the water to percolate, and the driveway as well would allow the water to percolate. The driveway in the front, we are creating a new driveway. The existing driveway that is there is a worn out gravel kind of driveway, so it's really not clear where the boundaries are. And it also was sitting right on the property line. So we are creating a new driveway to have the proper setbacks, the proper distances from the building, from the property line. All the pavement, all of the pool, all of that meets the setback requirements. In this image, you can see the larger scale floor plan where the pool is tucked up against the building. And on the upper right-hand corner is the existing building. The items in red are part of the buildings that we are going to be removing to be able to connect the addition to the building. The elevations, one of the things that we have to do is because of the FEMA flood elevation and the crown of road, the building sits very low, so we have to raise the building up. What you see in the gray shaded is the original front elevation, and then the left elevation is the proposed building sitting higher than the current location. So that means that the roof surface, the roof trusses, the beam are going to be removed, and the building is going to be raised as well. And then the roof line is going to be recreated to be just like it was sitting at a higher elevation. Along with that, we are raising the grade around the building so that the relationship of the front elevation keeps the same relationship, and the berming allows the water to run off from the building. And we have exfiltration trenches around the property to catch all that water coming off and deal with the water. Basically, the building is being raised about 1 foot, and you'll see in the other elevations. And this is the roof line that we are going to be taking the existing roof line and recreating it in the same shape, in the same form that it was before, new material, and then the connection between the existing and the addition in the rear of the property. The renderings show that the height of the building sits a little bit higher, so it has the same relationship with the front stoop as it had before. It's just sitting higher on the property line. The pool, you can see the pool on the image on the right, and it has it's set in between the buildings. So in the rear, what you see is the back of the house. You don't necessarily see the pool. From the front of the house, there are 2 existing tall hedges on the left and right that are the neighbor's hedges, and they're about 7 feet tall, so they frame in the front elevation. And at this point, we would like to discuss the raising of the building, and Steve Siebert will step in to discuss that part.
Steve Siebert with Steve Siebert Architecture. Address is 1010 Gateway in Boynton. So,
Mr. Siebert, were you sworn in?
Yes, I was.
Okay, great, thank you.
I did stand because we knew we were splitting this. Pablo is presenting the variance and the COA. Everybody cringes when you talk about demolition of an historic property, so I'm here to talk about that and explain why we're proposing it and how we got to here. And also, before you ask the question, explains why our timeline's so long. So originally we came in and the existing house has a very low headroom. We're showing you some graphics in the bottom left of that corner to say that the majority of the house is at 6'8" now. and some of it is 7.9 or something like that. So it's not your standard headroom. So we came in earlier asking to lower the floor by leaving the outside as is and keeping everything historic intact. Lowering the floor would give us a reasonable headroom that we could occupy with. And then we had to go before the DSMG board for that, and Patrick. And that committee not only declined that, but they sent us back and asked us to do a custom study. They called it a glass box study, where you build a glass wall around the property, you have a 100-year flood, and see where the water comes. Anyway, the result of that study requires us to elevate the floor, not lower it. When you elevate it, you now exacerbate the low headroom condition. Okay, so we are actually less than 6'8" in a large portion of the existing home. We presented that to Katharina and Michelle, and they said, well, historically, when we do partial demolition, we're worried about what is remaining. And so I'm here to say that we've brought an expert contractor with experience who's going to be doing the project in partially demoing a lot of historic, custom building, reinforcing, even to the point he was sharing with me where he's dug large holes in the center of the floor, poured wood dead men into there and braced onto that to give them soundness in the structure while they take apart what needs to be taken apart. So we're proposing to reinforce the exterior, first pour the floor to give us some more reinforcing. That's going to be elevated. That's going to tie into the walls and give them better stability above the exterior elevation. Then we're going to brace the walls and tie it to that concrete floor. And we're going to piece by piece take apart the existing roof. We're going to pour a new 16-inch tie beam?
Yes.
16-inch tie beam on the old wall, which becomes the tie beam on the new house as well. And then we're going to reconstruct the profile of the roof in trusses and members that meet today's building code for the wind code. We couldn't reuse the old roof and put it on there because we don't do that. So we are replacing, but in the end result, and what Pablo was showing you before and after being higher, was simply saying we're keeping the building intact. After we've poured the tie beam, and after the roof is on, and after this building's now certifiably structural sound, then we're going to modify and raise the door and window elevations to the new floor as well. In the end, you're going to see the same building. The only thing that changes is the grade line today in relation to windowsills and doors is where it is today. In the end, will be 4 inches lower. We're going up 16 inches, but we're only elevating the grade 12 inches because of some water flow issues and taking care of drainage. So I'm here as the architect owner of the company to say we never like doing demo in historic buildings, and I'm presenting that portion for the board to say we've thought about it a lot. We spent a lot of time on it. We worked with your staff, and Michelle and the team felt that now we were at the level where we can bring it to you. So I'm going to turn it back to Pablo to finish his presentation on the COA piece.
So as you can see, this is the elevations of the existing building the way it is. The shape of the building is not in good condition, but all the materials are going to be cataloged. The trim work is going to be cataloged and be able to recreate it. On the left side of the house is that porch behind the chimney that was enclosed at one time with some brick surfaces. We're going to open that up and restore the original porch that was there and get rid of the brick that was added and only exists in that one area. In the materials, we are going to, like I said, catalog what is there, what the surface materials are, textures, colors, different types of detail, and be able to recreate that. If you see the base of the building, it has kind of a thickened plinth. We are also going to raise that. When the building gets raised, we're going to raise the plinth line so that the relationship of the plinth is exactly like you see it to the bottom of the window. It'll be a foot higher because of the elevation, but with the berming, it will keep that same kind of height that exists on the building right now. You could see up across the soffit line that the wall has a curvature to it. And those are details that we are cataloging so that we can recreate those same kind of details back on the building. The brick below is what we're getting rid of to restore the original conditions. The corner window that you see in the bottom right image, we're going to recreate that same exact corner with new windows, new materials. It's five vertical sections in the front and 5 vertical in the height as well. So we're going to recreate that, but with 2 windows because of the modern sizes and the modern limitations. This is the interior, and you can see the man standing there underneath the beam. That's the height.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that was your time. It's up to the board
Okay.
discretion if you want to give him a little bit to wrap up.
How much more do you have?
This is the last page, just the streetscape. So we're pretty much complete.
Take your time.
And thank you for the extra time. As you can see, the building sits a little bit taller, the grade is a little bit taller, but it's still in relationship with the adjacent houses. It's not sitting any higher than the other houses, so we're trying to preserve that same scale, the same characteristic. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We will have public comment. Okay. Yeah. Have you been sworn in? Well, no, you can't now. You have to wait till the staff presentation.
After they go, there will be a time for public comment that you could come up. Thanks.
Is that okay?
Once again, Michelle Hewitt, planner, and this is 333 North Swinton Avenue for a COA demolition and variance request. Here we have an aerial with the subject property outlined in red with North Swinton Avenue to the west. Some brief history: the contributing property is zoned within the Old School Square Historic Arts District and is within the locally and nationally designated Old School Square Historic District. The 1946 structure was designed in the masonry vernacular style with minimal traditional architectural details, making it a modest example of domestic architecture from the time period. The city building yellow card for the subject structure indicates an addition was added to the rear of the home in 1955. The one-story, 1,047 square feet concrete block structure has a stucco exterior and a hip and gable roof with minimal roof eave overhangs. Windows include metal casement, picture windows, and deluge windows. Metal awnings exist over most windows, and the front door has full-height glass block side lights, linking the door with a fluted wood door surround. Just going to go through some pictures here. So this is the front or west elevation. This faces North Swinton Avenue. This is the side or northwest elevation where you can see the existing conditions of the structure. This is the rear or east elevation. This faces the alley. You can see some of the existing windows and awnings on the structure. And this is the side or southwest elevation. Okay, here we have a survey with the existing building footprint highlighted in blue and then the property line outlined in red. There is currently, as previously mentioned by the architect, there is a driveway also that exists on the site, but it's partially grown over and in disrepair. And here we have the proposed site plan. Again, blue is the existing structure, and then the red is the proposed addition. And then at the bottom right corner or southeast corner, there is the pool highlighted in the lighter blue. The request before the board is for a certificate of appropriateness for 1,005 square feet, one-story addition to the rear of the existing structure, exterior modifications, and ground level improvements. The overall renovated home will contain 2,052 square feet total. A variance to reduce the required 10 feet rear rear setback to 8 feet, and demolition to remove the roof structure to increase finished floor elevation to minimum requirements and to increase the overall building height has also been requested. So here's that variance request here. At the rear, I'll go into more detail when I get to the variance section of the presentation. Regarding ground level improvements and for parking purposes, the circular driveway that currently exists on the site is to be reconfigured to a single apron driveway. The proposed design is anticipated to create a safer parking and residential vehicular use area, with vehicles being able to exit the property in a forward manner. Other ground level improvements include the pool, which is currently meeting all of the required setbacks and LDR requirements. And then there is fencing proposed along the property. Within the front setback, the proposed fencing is to be 3 feet high aluminum white picket fencing, and then beyond that, it's proposed to be 8 feet high white aluminum fencing. There's no concern with the proposed material, color, or placement of the fencing. Going through elevations, here we have the front elevation. Again, this faces North Swinton Avenue. On the top is the existing front or west elevation, where you can see how the building is currently configured. And then on the bottom is the proposed front or west elevation. The items that we've highlighted in red are the roof, which is proposed to go from asphalt shingle to metal standing seam in a mill finish, and that's for all of the roofing on the structure. The windows are proposed to be replaced and to match the same dimension size as what's currently there. There is a new front door design proposed, but to be located in the same position. As previously mentioned by the architect, all of the stucco banding around the base of these structures to be elevated to match to keep the same appearance of the existing structure with the removal or the demolition of the existing roof for that increased build wall height and then replacement of the roof. And then on the left there is that porch that's proposed to be reopened. Here we have the proposed side or south elevation, and you can see the addition relative to the existing structure. Again, this is to the rear of the existing structure. You can see the pattern of the windows is proposed to remain the same, and then that raised stucco banding to match, to keep the same appearance as what's currently there. And then we've highlighted the roofing, and then just for a visual, the removed portions of the wall to increase the height to meet the FEMA requirements. So some of the proposed window and door openings on the new addition are somewhat different than the openings that exist on the subject structure size and mutton patterns. The proposed single pane window style that exists and large single pane glass door openings are more commonly used in modern or mid-century modern architectural styles, which are seen on some of the windows that are proposed. Additionally, it is noted that with respect to the rhythm of solids to voids, overall the proposal can be deemed compliant with this standard, with the exception of the rear or east elevation, which faces the north/south alley, where one horizontal fixed pane window is proposed on a large blank wall. So this elevation on the screen is the other side, the north side of the structure, where you can see some of the new windows that are proposed on the existing structure, along with the new windows on the addition. And then here is the rear elevation, where we kind of talk about that large expanse of blank wall on the back with the singular window, but this is the rear of the structure. This faces the alley. And then here we have a rendering of the front elevation, where you can see the retained overall appearance of the structure. This is a rendering from an aerial perspective, where you can see that addition in the back relative to the existing structure in the front and that new configured parking on the site in the pool. So here we have a staff report excerpt from the Secretary of the Interior Standards section. The structure currently does not meet the minimum finished floor elevation requirements, so the applicant has needed to increase the structure's overall roof height. The existing finished floor elevation is 21.09 feet. The existing average corner road is 20.13 feet, and the proposed finished floor elevation is 21.53 feet, an overall increase of 0.54 feet. And the structure's mean roof height will increase from 31.59 feet to 32.95 feet, an increase of 1.36 feet. It is also noted that the applicant has submitted a request to the Development Services Management Group, DSMG, as previously mentioned, to allow the finished elevation to be reduced, but the request was not approved. Thus, they have chosen this method to meet the requirements of FEMA. As mentioned again previously in my presentation, that the window and door styles and patterns are different than that of the masonry vernacular style of the home, specifically since the home possesses minimal traditional architectural detailing with simple window styles, limited roof overhangs, and glass block front door side lights. Here are some staff report excerpts for the visual compatibility standards section. The proposal includes metal roofing, standing seam in the mill finish. While it has been utilized throughout the city of Delray Beach, it's been more recently utilized for new construction or historically with wood frame structures. Given the city of Delray Beach yellow card notes that a shingle roof was original to the structure, consideration could be given to the use of metal shingle roof. And then regarding the addition, it is located to the least public side of the building. It is not located in front of the established wall plane of the building, and it's been designed so that the basic form and character of the building will remain intact if the addition is ever removed. However, as previously mentioned, the window and doors could be seen as introducing new architectural elements from another architectural style. And so with their overall COA application in addition, they have the demolition request that's required for the removal of the roof. This is to ensure the security and stability of the structure while the roof is removed. So here are the demolition findings that the applicant and staff used to analyze the request. And here are some key points from the demolition analysis. The staff and the board have determined the importance of ensuring the structural stability of walls once the roof is removed. They have engaged a contractor, as mentioned by the architect, to develop a plan to protect the structure from low pitched of being subject to structural damage. The structure is unique in that it was designed in the masonry vernacular style with minimal traditional architectural detailing. So it's one of the few unique pieces here that is that exists here in Delray Beach. Overall rehabilitation of the structure is expected to have a positive effect upon the Old School Square Historic District and the city as a whole. Along with the demolition request, there was a variance request for the rear setback to go from the required 10 feet to the 8 feet in response to the required right-of-way dedication. Again, here is the image here showing that requested 8-foot rear setback variance. These are the variance findings that staff and the applicant used to analyze the request. And then here are some key notes about the overall variance request. This is to facilitate the construction of the one-story rear addition. Given the location of the existing home on the lot, the proposed addition can only be situated to the rear of the home. Given the small 50 feet width of the lot, the existing increased front setback, and the 2 feet alley right-of-way dedication, it could be determined that special conditions and circumstances exist supporting the request. The requested variance could be determined to be necessary to accommodate an appropriate adaptive reuse and modernization of the existing historic structure. Here we have the Secretary of Interior standards with the highlighted elements that were used to analyze the request on the screen, and the same here for the visual compatibility standards. And here are the certificate of appropriateness findings that were also utilized to analyze the request. And here are some technical items that will be dealt with after the board. And that concludes my presentation.
I'd like to add one minor thing, which Michelle did cover, but and I don't know if the applicant has brought them with them tonight, but throughout the process and reviewing, which obviously you hear what they've been through and looking at the approach for the property. They have engaged a contractor at this point in the process already who has a plan to shore the building once the roof is removed. the demolition request for the roof removal triggers that, 25% of the structure or more being demolished, which is why it was sent, public notices were sent. So I don't know if they have the professional with them, but at the meeting tonight, but it's something we have been interacting with that contractor throughout the review process. Thanks.
Okay, maybe, I think somebody's shaking their head back there, that maybe during the rebuttal process that can be answered. Okay.
Thanks.
Now it's time for public comments. Sir, have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello. Please stick with me. I got sick, so I stutter a little bit. I live next to this property for over 30 some years.
Sir, if you could just state your name and address.
My name is Rich Ott, OTT. I live right next door at 329 North Swinton Avenue. I live next to John and Tacy for over 30 some years. Yes, I know that this property needs help, and I don't doubt that some of the beautiful pictures I'm seeing here look fantastic. My question is, you're talking about raising the ground up. My ground is barely a foot higher than theirs. So we're bringing it up, so that means that rain-off is going to be coming right over into my property now. If you look up my property to theirs, mine was built in the 60s, yes, it was built in the 50s. My question also is that we here in the Delray downtown, we kept the look. This house has already been cleaned out. I don't know if anybody knows this, but it's been stripped from the inside out. There was 25 Christmas trees dropped off this year that somebody dropped in the backyard and put in the house and put all over the yard. That I personally moved out because they were gonna. It looked like somebody wanted to burn it down. I'm not trying to talk bad about anybody's building. I think you're doing a good job. I think what you're doing.
You need to speak to us, sir.
Yes, I think they're doing a good job. But a lot of things I got questions about. The house seems very large for that plot of land. We have 75 across, 175 deep, is what my house is and their house is. That looks like a very large house, and then drop in a pool right there. Now, I don't have a problem with what we did here in Delray, because I love Delray, and I love the whole neighborhood. My question is that the parking, we can't get out Swinton now. How are they going to get out? I can't even back out about my driveway at any time of day. Where are the parking? I mean, they say they're going to park out front, and they think they're going to get leeway out and be able to back in. That's never going to happen. My main concern is the drainage. If they raise this up and they're going to put a house this large across from my house and then drop a pool in that's going to raise it up, it's all going to drain into my property.
Okay.
And that is a very concern to me. And I'm not very happy the way the things have been handled, the way this property's been handled. It's been 2 years that somebody sat on this property. I've had to put $1,800 to have my house tenanted for rats and everything else because it was not taken care of. And now, if we are going to be a historic district, we should make sure it stays historic, and we shouldn't put a mega mansion somewhere it shouldn't belong. Now, I'm not saying it can't be built, but I don't think it needs to be as large.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
Well, like I said, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying I lived there for 30 some years, and I can just tell you, and the alleyway in the back and so forth. Tom, who's sitting next to me, is my neighbor. It's so busy back there now. Swinton has gotten so busy. Look what they built across the street at Old School Square. I mean, behind the church. We have 10 new houses there. I mean, where's all this traffic going? Okay. Where's everybody putting this traffic? I can't back out my driveway at 1 o'clock. I can't back out at 3 o'clock. I can't get in at 4 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, forget it. And come across from the Publix, come home at 3 o'clock and try to get across Lake Ida. It doesn't happen. So what are we doing?
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
The board doesn't typically respond at this point, but it may get addressed during rebuttal or cross-examination by the staff or the applicant.
Pablo, please step up. And Steve, if you could also.
Okay. So,
excuse me.
Oh.
Are there any other public comments? Thank you, John. I'm sorry, Bob.
I'll be brief. Approve it. Oh, George Long, 46 North Sweat. I was looking at this and there's the 8-foot setback. No question, that's a good. They need to do that. That's not asking much, considering what that alley looks like. I've been around that house. I was giving a serious archaeological lecture to 6-year-olds at the Cocoa Plum School, and I saw that yellow sign, so I walked all around there. I looked at it, and I don't know what you've got in there with this cement block area of raised floor. But anyway, and also that's a lot of trouble for an area that I don't believe is ever going to flood to bring that up. Everybody's looking at this crown of the road and getting all worried about it, and you could have a slope going down to the intercoastal waterway, taking the water away anyway. But anyway, it's a lot of trouble. The house needs a lot of work, and I think you should go with it. And I also, sorry if I'm disagreeing with the neighbors, I don't. Also, what about the flooding? You're not raising the ground, are you, around the house?
Yeah.
You are, or just the house? The whole thing?
Okay,
Sir,
the whole
George.
yard?
We can't have this
I'm sorry.
conversation.
Okay.
Go back and forth.
Never mind.
Thank you very much.
I didn't see the flooding issue, so you might ask them about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, if the applicant would speak, assuming there are no more public comments.
Okay, so to address the concern about the water runoff, the civil engineer plan that we have has swales along the left and right side of the property. And because the house is sitting up high, it contains it in the swale. The swale brings it to the front to the exfiltration trench. Any of the water across the front will also come across to the exfiltration trench. In the rear, we have another exfiltration trench that half of the water would go towards the rear and then to the exfiltration trench. So none of that is ever going to leave the property. It's all going to be contained on the property. To address this concern of the driveway, the way the driveway is designed is that originally it was a circular drive to be able to drive in and be able to pull out. But because of the new requirements of distances and minimum widths, we couldn't do that. So we have a single drive in and out. When you pull in, the cars drive into the parking spaces, and they are facing the south side of the property. But they're parked 2 vehicles, and then when they want to come out, they back out into our back out space, and then they can pull out to the street. So there is no backing out at all. It is like a K-turn where you back out and then you can face forward onto the street to be able to exit. And then to address this comment about the tree that is currently there, it is a large tree, but it is in poor condition, and the landscape architect has a mitigation report and has trees for mitigation as well to eliminate that tree that is there in poor condition and replace it with additional trees. So the landscape plan shows that.
Okay. Steve, could I ask you to just comment, because I'm sure with all of the work you've done around the city, you've run into a similar issue in terms of runoff. As we try to enforce the FEMA standards, isn't this an issue that many people in Delray are already facing?
It is, especially near the intercoastal where we have to raise the houses 3 feet from their neighbors. So, it's even more challenging. But if you remember during my presentation, I mentioned the building was going to end up being about 4 inches taller than it is today. And that's because, while we can't build the ground up around this, the 16 inches that we'd like to, We can only do 12 to maintain that swale and get that swale to work with our civil engineer to the drainage that we have. The site is designed that all the water that falls on the site remains on the site till it gets into the exfiltration. But that doesn't stop water from coming onto our site from other sites. We will get water from the road, and we will continue to get water from the neighbors. But some of it, we've actually designed for some of that residual water into our exfiltration as well. So this, while we are elevating this for FEMA, we're mitigating that by designing a site that doesn't allow the water to go off.
Okay. While you're up there, do you have any response or any rebuttal to staff report?
No, staff did a great job.
Okay. Katerina?
I think there was just one thing. Michelle. You just said Katharina. Sorry. We'll get it. In the beginning, I think there might have been some just talking about what happens if a dedication was to occur along any of the other properties in the alley, that demolition would need to occur for any of the existing buildings on site, and that wouldn't necessarily be the case. They'd remain as existing nonconformities. It's any of the new construction or increased square footage would need to comply with those requirements, just for clarification. That's it.
Any other thoughts? Okay, let's take it.
I'm sorry, I have thoughts.
Oh.
For rebuttal. I encourage the owner who spoke earlier, the first public comment, to reach out to us throughout the process if they're having issues, while our role is to review applications, for compliance with the code. One of our roles is to help our residents in historic districts get directed to the appropriate departments when there's issues going on a site or a neighboring site or whatever. So I encourage him to be empowered to give us a call or shoot an email over to my team and I. As far as the drainage comment, when we see applications come in early in the process that are building pretty much or hardscaping to the envelope, meaning setback, right? The entirety of the buildable area within the setbacks. We always are asking all applicants to start thinking about drainage now. COA process does not require drainage, landscape plans, photometric. This is single family, right? So the idea is simplifying it, getting it to the board. We're talking about design. So those site-related issues, when we see things where there's hardscaping on the entirety of the building envelope, we start having the conversation with the applicant about drainage, because not everything can percolate when you're doing this. And we've had multiple applicants years ago, probably 6 years ago is when I started doing this, didn't know they needed a trench until they got to building permit, and then that trench was going to cost them $40,000. Almost killed their project. So we have them start thinking about now, engaging in preliminary drainage plans. Patrick Figueroa, who is one of the TAC reviewers, does courtesy comments, which not all have to be addressed at the time of review. Utilities is also doing that review now with the more, close look at what happens with utilities. So while some fill can come into a site, and it is happening, we are also looking at and drafting regulations on how are we going to handle that. This is really more of an issue when we're in the floodplain, and you can't, you have a building that you're raising up significantly. The architect and design team has to figure out how are they going to make sure that building doesn't slide. How are they going to treat the site? So those are just some of the comments I want to make. This is a swale and exfiltration trench design for this project, which should address any kind of potential runoff happening around the perimeter of the property. The parking it was redesigned so it can move out of the site in a forward manner. It was a big piece of our review because of its proximity to Lake Ida Road intersection, which we identify in the staff report as well. But sometimes putting parking in the rear can help alleviate that when you have access to an alley. So those are just some of the things I wanted to just cover in rebuttal from what the the member of the public addressed. I think that's all. Thank you.
I appreciate you bringing up that point about public involvement and educating about historic preservation and EPA, obviously. Was there public notice in this case? Would the neighbors realize what was happening?
Yes, so a public notice to everybody within a 500-foot radius was sent for both the variance and the demolition.
Okay, okay. I think that does it for rebuttals, and we can now go to staff. We can ask the ex parte question.
Did you miss?
Did
Did
we
we
miss
miss?
it?
ex
I'm
parte?
sorry. Okay.
We did it.
All right.
Okay, yeah, I thought you had done it. Okay.
We did that at the beginning. I'm sorry.
No
All right.
worries.
To the board. Peter, do you want to start on this?
Sure. I'm familiar with this project, and I think that it was in danger of demolition by neglect. Very bad condition. I was wondering who was going to grab it and do something with it. So I'm pleased to see that it's going to be saved. The demolition will be extensive. Just to set expectations, the work you're going to do is going to take down several walls. I mean, I don't know how many you'll have standing with the windows and things, but it's going to look almost like a full demolition from the street, based on what I see on the plans on the wall sections. So go if you want to
Can
respond.
I?
Yes.
Yeah. So the design and what we've discussed with the applicant is that the existing walls are to remain.
Well,
that picture, if you go back,
you have to
right
look at
there.
the wall section on the plans they've submitted, and
Right.
you'll see that there's new stem wall. There's new block on the stem wall. Then there's a new tie beam above. So to put the new stuff in, you got to take out the old.
So I think we should engage the applicant to
Yeah, just
come
to
up to
explain
the
maybe
podium
how the
and
structure will be
talk a little bit more
salvaged.
about that, because the way they have.
I know the way they're presenting it, but as a builder, I can tell you that it's going to look almost like a full demolition based on what you're showing on the wall sections.
The stem wall footer is existing.
Right.
And
that'll stay.
Right, that's going to stay, and what we're going to do is we're going to pour a new slab with a thickened edge that goes behind the block wall. So the block wall is going to stay, all of it. We are opening the header, taking out the beam and putting in a higher beam. So in that sense, that is what is changing. But the walls
So you think
in
you're
the
going to be able
front,
to keep all the walls?
I'm sorry?
You think you're going to be able to brace up all the walls as you
The
go?
front wall, the two side walls, yes. The rear is coming off because that's where we're connecting.
I'll be
the-
watching.
I'm sorry.
I'll be watching. I'll be watching. I mean, to me, it looks pretty tricky.
I think the contractor wanted to say something.
Yeah.
And I also just wanted to point out that on the screen, this is the applicant's drawing.
Yeah.
What is somewhat misleading in this drawing is that it's showing a section where a window occurs.
Right.
Right? But the section where the window doesn't occur, the wall is going to continue up with the new beam being placed on top. But, you know, we have studied this, and so I don't want I want to make sure we're clear that this is not a proposal where walls are coming down.
Right.
That is not the request. The roof is coming off. Openings around the window tops are cutting, being filled in at the bottom, and windows are shifting up vertically on the exterior of the home. The exterior stucco base around is coming up, but not the structure of it, the stucco piece of it, and this slab on the interior. So I just wanted to make sure I was really clear, because that's how we've understood it. That's the design that's been presented.
Exactly.
So we do not expect to drive by this home and have there be no walls,
Right.
which is why the contractor has been engaged
Well, it's
for
happened
the
on other
shoring.
projects, so I think it's important to talk
I'm
about it a
glad
little.
that you brought it up, yes.
I just wanted to bring it up, and I think it's good to set expectations.
Yes, thank you
So-
so much for bringing that up, because it has. And that is why we have had elaborate conversations, shown examples of shoring. There was a
Okay.
Palm Beach example that we
Right,
shared.
right.
And why the contractor was engaged so early, for sure.
Okay, great.
Any others?
No, I think that it's a nice project on its merits. I think it looks to conform with the LDRs, and it'll be an asset to the neighborhood.
Chris, do you want to go ahead?
I had a question about if the house is being raised at all. I don't know if I was perfectly clear with that. Is the house being raised, or is it the house is staying the same and the roof is being raised?
So the roof is coming off, a new slab is being poured inside, and a new
Internal
roof is going on. So
Okay.
from the exterior, you're going to be driving by and look at this house, and there's gonna be no roof.
Mhm.
And then you're gonna see around the entire top perimeter of the house, additional wall being built
Mhm.
to navigate really the slab that's poured on the interior. So the elevation to meet finished floor is happening on the interior of the house.
I see. But the outside walls are staying in
The
place.
outside walls are
with
staying.
a little addition on the top.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Did the applicant want to address that? Okay.
I think I got it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm okay with the 2-foot or the variance in the back for the setback. I think it fits with the character of the street. I'm okay with the driveway, new design. I think it makes sense, especially on a bit busy road. You don't want to be backing up into there if you do have to remove that circular driveway. Let's see. It's marked on the plan that there are going to be permeable pavers. Have those been selected yet, or what's the what permeable paver are you thinking of using?
When we address the landscaping, all the hard surface materials will be selected, and we have a couple in mind already that are more open, permeable materials. So they will be like a brick paver, but allow the water to penetrate through it. So we could provide samples to staff once those materials are selected.
Okay. Got that.
We'd appreciate that.
I was just looking at the landscape plan, and I think the native requirements need to be double checked on that one. I didn't see as many native trees as I think there should be. Overall, I'm in support of the project. I think it's in line with the interior standards, so I'm in support.
John, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. So, couple of comments as far as the variance for the setback in the rear. I'm in agreement on that with all the work that is going on here to rehabilitate and restore and keep as much as there is going to be kept of the front building. I'm okay with the 2 feet in the back, since the city is taking that. There's been numerous other situations where that allowance has been given, so I'm okay with this. I've got a little problem with the standing seam roof, but it's not a end-all be-all for me. It would be nice if there was a dimensional metal tile or something like that that could be used here, but I'm not going to hold up on that. See what else there is as far as the comment on the driveway and the traffic there. That's just the way Delray is now, so I don't think anybody's going to get away from traffic on Swinton anytime soon. And as long as there's not 4 cars parked up there all the time where you can't do a K-turn and get out, I think it's going to work as well as it does now. But overall, it's not going up really high in the back. You're never going to see it from the street for the most part, and it is a very small lot. And there's only so much you can do, so I'm in favor of it.
Yes. Okay, so some of the questions I had to just about the roof a little bit. It's a little odd, that cricket shape. I mean, it's not very traditional or nothing like that. Is it the best way you can do it? I mean, can you do a ridge in the middle and change a little? That's just a question I have to the architect, actually. Is it, there's a reason for that asymmetrical shape of the, call it cricket, the middle roof there connected?
The middle section between the two
Yeah.
ridges?
It's,
The reason
it's
for
not
that-
very common to see.
I'm sorry?
It's not a very traditional shape. Call it that.
Right. One of the reasons is that the current house has the ridge line going from top and bottom of the page. And then in the new addition, the living room, loggia, all of that has beams as well that create like a cathedral ceiling inside. So that ridge line also goes from top to bottom of page. The middle is the section to be able to run off the water away from the building. We could look at it to try to make it smaller, but it does sit in between the two ridge lines, so you don't see it from any of the front or rear section. But it is mostly to have the two ridge lines and where the valley comes in to be able to move all that
Kind
water.
of be continuous. And you okay with the slope? I mean, it sounds a little low. That long piece is just.
For the material, we
1:12.
need to have a minimum slope, so that's one of the reasons why it's much wider, because the material needs a minimum slope.
I understand. All right, well, looks a little unusual, so I was thinking that. And since you're here, in terms of the windows and the new windows, is the existing window the one with the bigger span with more openings and all that, the corner window, is that steel or aluminum today?
The type of windows, I didn't hear you. The material?
Window that is in the larger windows that have a lot of panes, glass panes and thin mullions, or this, are they aluminum or steel?
They're aluminum windows.
Really?
They're white aluminum.
Right.
And most of as you see the front windows there, they're pretty large size windows. And they're the type of windows that it is did not allow for the proper egress according to code today.
Right.
Didn't allow for that, so we had to provide either single hung, which is not at all what the style here is, or the casement style. We went with the casement style to allow for the egress. Along the side as well, on the north side that we saw, to allow for the egress and maintain the same proportion as the windows that are there now.
Okay, so yeah, because they're very
They don't
delicate.
have divided mullions, but yeah, they're the same
So
proportions.
they've been applied. You apply the mullions, like
The
the mountain, so call it. They're gonna be applied, right? I mean.
They could be applied. They could be applied.
And they will be impact windows, correct?
They're impact windows. They're casement windows, so they're a single panel. The muttons could be applied on there.
I'm just concerned because they look more delicate than a traditional new.
One of the reasons was to distinguish between what is original and what is new. If we made it all exactly the same, it starts looking too much similar.
I agree. Well, as an architect, I always like the steel windows, but nobody, can afford them. So that's another problem. But I thought maybe there's an exception. This one has an existing corner window of
the corner window is
actually steel
important, yes.
profiles, but that's not very common. Okay, no, actually I support. I have to say that the owner is very courageous to do this, and it's a lot of work. Very interesting to see how it progresses.
Thank you.
Carol.
Yeah, given the alley dedication and how many homes are on that alley with setbacks that are, from 0 to 5 feet, I did drive that alley this afternoon and I did take a look to see, the situation. So I feel like I can support that that variance. The only thing that really bothers me is the east elevation. I feel like, and that's the elevation along the alley, I feel like it was forgotten. There's one small little window, there's a big huge blank wall, and I was wondering if you could do anything, and this is a question for the architect, if you can do anything, or if you came prepared with any options for that side. Got any options?
Part of the reasoning is that because of the narrow width of the property, to be able to fit a decent-sized master bedroom, we were squeezed in, and the pool is next to the master. So the pool is between the main house, the existing house, and then the back kind of protects the pool from the alleyway. So it's really more to contain that. It is a cabana in the back there, and the bathroom from the master is in the back. But it was more intentional to create like an internal space for the pool.
Well, as if in that case though, this is an alley, so people are going to be traveling along the alley. So really, giving back something to the public, alley space is what I would be more concerned with, especially since you're asking for a variance.
I understand.
In that area. So, is there any way you can articulate that elevation a little more to give something back?
Well, keep in mind that the backyard that we have has a fence, an aluminum fence that is 8 feet tall. So visually, you're not seeing anything from the alley in. We could create some more fenestrations in that elevation, but the fence is 8 foot tall already.
Can you go back to the?
And it's more to keep that backyard private.
I don't think this is what you're saying, but I just want to make it clear for the record that it's not like if you get the variance, the public gets this. You're more saying just like to give a view to the public when they're driving through the alley, right?
Yeah, I am saying that, yes. I'm saying that it would be nice to give something back to the public realm as you're, in it.
Okay.
Same as if you're along Swinton, you want to give something back, to Swinton or whatever street and public space there is.
To give a view to the public of since it's facing that alley.
The existing elevation back there is very heavily articulated. I also saw that.
Right.
So when you see the existing elevation, the rear elevation, and then you come up with a very simple elevation on that other side, I'm just saying, I think it's a little off.
Well, the comments you're making are supported by standards, visual compatibility standards, and analysis in the code about the blank wall. So, it's less about giving to the public, and I understand that concern, right? But it is a visual compatibility standard that's in the staff report, addressed as a concern with the expanse of the blank wall.
Yeah, so that's why I was going back to you to say, is there anything you can say but you're saying that that's an 8-foot fence in the back now. And so how high is the top of that window?
The windows
from finished grade, how?
At 8 feet from the floor. So what we could do is I could work with staff to create some additional fenestrations back there, and instead of the little window, we could have a much bigger window there as well.
Yeah, I just think it might help out a little bit.
Okay.
I would appreciate that.
Sure, I can work with staff to look at that.
An 8-foot. I wasn't thinking of the 8-foot fence either when I was looking at that. So
okay.
I can see where no one's going to see much of anything from. You'll probably have a hedge in front of that.
There's
fence.
a hedge there as well.
Yeah, but you have to probably have a 2-foot setback on that fence and then a hedge. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I support the project. I had the similar concerns about the windows, but I think they've been addressed. I think it's fine.
Okay.
Couple thoughts. I share most of what was said tonight, certainly about the nearly blank wall, even though it is facing an alley. Alleys are important to our city. So I certainly appreciate Carol bringing that up. I also have some concern about the roof. Metal seam, that seems to be kind of a trend, but on the other hand, I'm not sure what the other homes on Swinton in that area are. I think a lot of them are shingle roofs rather than seam. So I agree with John on a concern there. I did want to ask, this is a mixed-use district, but is the intent to keep it as a residential home?
Yes.
It is?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
Okay. And in terms of amount of permeable surface, particularly with adding a swimming pool, and I guess this is to staff, are we within the requirements of the percent of the property that needs to be permeable?
Yes, the minimum requirement is 25%, and they are meeting the 25% open space requirement.
But permeable and open space are not interchangeable values.
Right.
So there is a 25% minimum open space, as Michelle noted, for all green area. But the drainage calcs are really what are going to dictate the amount of permeable versus impermeable, categorizing what kind of drainage they're using, trench, swale, and so on. There's maximum building coverage, and the proposal meets those requirements.
The swimming pool does not count as permeable, right? That's, okay. I think that's all I had. If we're ready to make a motion. Vlad, do you want to make a motion? If not?
The thing is, so, 1 second, yes.
I can't hear.
Look,
Getting the text.
Vlad, you definitely have to speak up.
Okay, I'm just getting the
But if,
writing on the wall here, yes. Hold on 1 second.
Really, anyone can make the motion.
Yeah, I'm making a motion.
Is there anything, Carol, because you were talking about the window, and we got to be careful about designing from the dais here, but is there any conditions that anybody wants to put on this in terms of that? I personally don't have any, but
Fine.
No.
Okay, so are we, I
Are-
just have a question about the variance. The variance is included in we don't have to vote specific for it and go to the
Right.
seven things, it's all included.
It's included in the motion. It's not like it is on Board of Adjustment where you have to go through each finding. As long as you guys considered
Alright.
it while you were reviewing that.
So are you adding something about the blank wall? Okay, no.
I guess not, should I?
No.
Okay, so I propose to approve the certificate of appropriateness for 2023-102 demolition and variance request for the property located at 333 North Swinton Avenue, Old School Square Historic District, by finding that the request and approval thereof is consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets the criteria set forth in the LDRs.
second.
Just a little bit of discussion. I'm not sure if I would have proposed a condition in there, but I did hear the applicant say that they would come back and talk about fenestration with staff. Is that correct?
That was the request, yes.
I can include it.
If they choose to do so. I mean,
If the motion maker chooses to do that and the seconder agrees, then yes.
Yeah, I think it has to be included within your motion if you want that to happen. I mean, you guys had all indicated when John asked about a condition that you didn't want one, so I think that's what Vlad was doing. But if you guys do want a condition, obviously, you can make the amendment.
So, do I amend it? Yes.
No, it's up to,
Yeah.
I mean, whoever wants to amend it can propose the amendment.
Do you amend it by just adding on to it, or do you say it all over again and amend it?
You can just say whatever the amendment you want to make is.
And if you could use your mic.
I would like to amend the action to add that the applicant come back and speak to staff about the fenestration or the articulation of the east elevation of the building.
Of the rear elevation?
Yes.
And work with staff or?
Yes, and work with staff.
Okay.
And the second has to agree with it?
I'll second that.
Call the roll?
Ezra Craig,
Yes.
John Miller,
Yes.
Peter Dwyer,
Yes.
Chris Capezas,
Yes.
Vlad Dumitrescu.
Yes.
Carol Perez.
Yes.
Jim Chart.
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to enter file 2024-133 into the record. This is for 46 Marine Way. It's a certificate of appropriateness, variances, waivers, relocation involved with this request. And the
Can we take the conversation outside, please? Sir?
If we could just, if everyone could move outside and then carry the conversations out there, thank you.
So the applicant and their agent are here and will make a presentation. I just would like to note that there is complexity to this request, and I know that we are 15 minutes each for our presentations. Our presentation is fairly in-depth. I'm sure the applicants will be as well. So just take that into consideration, kind of asking ahead of time.
Ex parte.
Okay.
I toured the property with a representative of the applicant and got a chance to go all around the property.
Okay, and received a couple of emails.
Yes, one email.
Okay.
I got an email from Claudia Willis, and I heard from Kristen Finn, but I did not have a conversation with her any further than just noting that it was on the agenda. And I just received this other sheet here today, but I did not see that in my emails. Was that emailed to us? Or from Bruce?
Carol,
Yeah, I think so.
I did, okay, sorry.
It was emailed to you today by staff.
Okay, I did not see that email, but I see that it was printed out and that is before me, and I did read that.
Okay.
Okay.
Vlad?
No, I hate to read.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
I read it to you.
Did you go to the site at all? Okay.
Actually, I tried. Couldn't get there.
Thanks.
Yeah, I got the email from Claudia, the email from Bruce. I did speak to Kristen Finn about this, and I did tour the site.
Same. I got both emails and toured the site.
I also got the 2 emails and had a call with Kristen Finn.
I received the emails, same that the staff received. I also met with Kristen on site and took a tour of the project.
All right. Proceed.
All right, excellent. All right, good evening, everybody. I'm glad that my team and I are finally here. We're happy to be in front of you tonight presenting this property. My name is Catherine Craig. I live at 654 Lakewood Circle West here in Delray Beach, and I will be the representing agent for this property. The subject property is located in the Marina Historic District. It was built in 1926, and it is considered to have a Mediterranean Revival architectural style. In this slide, we can appreciate the neighboring homes to the south and north, and we can take a closer look at the location map. Just for reference, the property is located 3 homes south there of Deck 84, and it is located on the west side of the Intercoastal Waterway. The first image on the left shows the current property's front facade from the street. 46 Marine Way is currently a 2-story home, 1,013 square feet, and has 1 bedroom and 1 bath in the main structure. The rear accessory structure is 296 square feet and has 1 bath and a small open space. It could be considered a pool house for the main home. The middle image shows the main entrance to the house located on the side of the main structure facing north. The front door is not located in the front facade as the staff report suggests. The last image to the right shows the existing pool, and in this image you can also notice the proximity of the existing pool to the fence where our property line is located. So, now this thing's kind of slow, but sorry. Okay, in this slide, we'd like to show the existing structures in this site. Right there and right there. I would like to clarify that the intent is to vertically elevate them as they sit in their current location and not to relocate them as the name of the sheet suggests. The purpose of vertically elevating the structures is to preserve the current historic home and meet FEMA regulations, since there is a concern for flooding, as shown as these images provided by the homeowner. You can see how the waters come up over here and elsewhere. For this project, we are asking for 3 variances and 2 waivers. The first variance is for the front east setback. Per LDR 4.3.4K, a front setback of 25 feet is required. Currently, the existing structure front setback is 17.7 to 20.6. The existing front patio, I know, sorry, this is kind of small and this clicker isn't really working here, but this little hatched area here is actually the existing front patio. And that sits at 5 foot 5.5 to 8 foot 4.5. We are proposing our front setback to be 7 foot 5.5 to 10 foot 4.5 to elevate the front patio to meet the new FEMA elevation. So we're actually, I know this is so small, I apologize, but this is where the current patio, this hatched line exists. So we're stepping that in actually 2 feet. Per LDR 4.3K, our mission is to keep the front facade exactly how it is. Just vertically elevate the structure and the patio to meet the new FEMA requirements. The patio will have a fantastic view of the intercoastal and will provide a place for outdoor furniture for the home. A brief explanation. The picture on the left shows the existing front patio with a 2-foot concrete wall and paving material enclosing the space. This is the existing patio that we are proposing to elevate along with the main structure. We were asked by staff to take this setback to the structure, but our philosophy is to preserve the integrity of the historic home entirely. We do not want to lose the front patio that you can see here currently exists. The second variance is for the south side setback, which, again, this laser sits right down here. Per LDR 4.3.4K, a side setback of 7 foot 6 is required. The existing is 2 foot 3 in the front main structure to 6 foot 1 in the rear accessory structure. We are proposing 2 foot 3 to match the current existing building. The 6 foot 1 accessory building that you see here in the rear, right there, will remain where it currently sits. We are only proposing to vertically elevate it to match the new FEMA finished floor. I would like to mention again that our intent is to preserve the character of the historic structures as they currently exist. The third variance is the pool setback. That's going to be up there. And per LDR 4.3.15, swimming pools have a setback of 10 feet. The existing pool is at 7 foot 2, and our proposed pool is at 7 foot 6. If you refer to this composite overlay plan, you will see that the north side setback requirement is 7 foot 6. So we would like to match the pool setback with the north side setback so that way the pool and the proposed structure align. The waivers we are asking for are secondary and subordinate and building height plane. Per LDR 4.5.1E7, the existing building is not currently compliant with the visual compatibility standards, as you can see demonstrated right up here. We are proposing to keep the structure not compliant. We ask for some consideration now that FEMA requirements are more stringent. We tucked the addition in the rear to be as inconspicuous as possible. Our goal is to showcase the character of the existing property entirely. We feel the proposed structure will beautify the Marina Historic District. The proposed addition will make the existing home a comfortable, livable space that will provide adequate flood protection as well as much needed parking, but most importantly, it will maintain a historic home that otherwise would not survive many years ahead. This property is currently zoned in a district that allows us to go up 35 feet, and we would like to take the opportunity of such. The upper image here is the existing streetscape. The bottom image shows what the future streetscape may look like. Just for reference, the images of the houses shown to the south, so it's going to be these two here, were provided by staff and have not been approved yet. This image shows the front facade from the street. As you may notice, the garage is not visible from the street view directly in front of the property, taking into consideration LDR section 4.6.9 off-street parking regulations, parentheses C2A. The proposal eliminates the existing nonconformity with respect to the location of parking spaces. This image shows the front facade from the south side of the property. As you can appreciate, the third floor is almost non-visible from a street view. Our intent is to use planting material in the front to soften the patio wall with a 3-foot-high planter. And you can see that demonstrated right there. The proposed planter will start in the same location as the existing patio wall. So basically on the site plan where that hatched wall is, that's where the landscaping will go there. Finally, in this image, you can see the main structure elevated over the proposed garage with a 7-foot door to accommodate 2 cars for parking and eliminate the current nonconformity. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Michelle?
Definitely not going to be that quick. I will do my best.
I didn't think you'd be brief. It is a very complex consideration.
Why can't I see it down here? There we go. Okay. So again, for the record, Michelle Hoyland, Principal Planner of the Historic Preservation Division. So the subject site is located along the west side of Marine Way, south of Atlantic. The Intracoastal Waterway sits on the east side of the property. This is an aerial view. Some of our images are thanks to Zillow from a recent real estate listing of the property. We do not have a
drone?
Drone, thanks. We don't have a drone. So this was a nice image to have because it's showing the property, which is the blue house in the middle of the screen with the streetscape along Marine Way. So we're going to go through a series of photographs, and some things I may go through quickly. They're in the presentation should we need to refer to them. But this is a rear photograph of the property. You can see what's really kind of obscured through the trees, but really kind of a neat feature on the back of the property is this kind of wing wall out here that faces the back. It's characteristic of the Mediterranean Revival style. So yes, this 1926 home. It is a contributing structure within the Marina Historic District. So these are some photographs. This is the door to the front of the home. We'll talk probably a little bit more about what is the access point for the home versus the visual front door. You'll see this is a ground level patio. We were not able to substantiate the time frame for which this was constructed with the garden wall around it. Again, looking at the front of the home, here you can see some parking spaces that are in a back out condition onto Marine Way. So at this point, it's important to note that there is a capital improvement project underway, multi-million-dollar project that the city has been undertaking in multiple phases. This board or previous boards have seen, the marina had come through with a generator. They did the beautification and the seawall construction at the marina. And next is to come along Marine Way, north of First. So what's interesting in here, and it's kind of a small nuance, is on the left side of the screen you can see some cars in an on-street parallel parking configuration. So the applicant, was advised to coordinate with the city about the design of this project and how it potentially could affect their property. But the reason why I'm pointing this out is it's a narrow road. It floods heavily. I myself have been out there in knee-deep water in front of the northern portion of the homes during king tide events. So this is a really great, important project that's coming through with the city that likely will be occurring at the same time if this should get approved. So here's our existing site plan. The items in the blue color are the existing structures. So we have a 2-story main house, a 1-story guest house in the rear, and then there's a swimming pool on the north side of the property. The proposal is including a 2-story and 3-story addition that's tucked behind. Tucked is the word that was used, and I'll go with that word. That incorporates the 1-story guest cottage in the back, new 1-story garage underneath the existing house. And it's really, I've got some images. It's really best to show you this in a perspective, right? Because the black line's hard to illustrate. So what we're seeing here is that's the existing house that's being elevated on top of a 1-story parking area, which is for a 2-car garage. And then forward of that house is quote unquote the patio that's being elevated vertically. So the ground level improvement, there's a new structure going in forward of the house to still have some level of porch patio in front of the house. And then the remainder of the addition is around the back. So what you're seeing is a proposed 3-story, 2-story addition. And then there's also a structure that's elevated out of the ground where you see here it says proposed pool. So the pool is up, not at ground level, it's up higher. Again, just for reference, this photo is paver stone front patio. I'm going to fly through these. We can come back to them if you want to talk specifics with the floor plan, but they're here for reference purposes. This is largely a flat deck roof structure with the exception of the pieces in the back relating to that little guest house on the left, or accessory house. So now we're going to go through a series of section drawings to highlight some of the concerns. The staff report was fairly thorough. There's concerns about this project and its ability to comply with the Secretary of the Interior standards, the Delray Beach Visual Compatibility Standards, the Delray Beach Historic Preservation Design Guidelines, and then also the flood adaptation standards, which I'll talk about a little more in a few minutes. So what we are seeing here is a section. So this is a cut as if we're sitting on the south side of the building looking through. And the areas that we're going to focus on here where there's some major concerns are where the building is connecting, right? So the Secretary of the Interior standards tell us that a new addition should be constructed so that they could be removed in the future. For those of you who are familiar and may say, does that ever happen? It absolutely does. The most recent example was the Sewell C. Biggs house that had later additions, all of which were removed, leaving the existing original structure so the architect could reimagine new additions, which is built and complete today. So this does happen. Additions do get removed. The proposal for the guest structure has it as an independent structure with its own set of support beams that go down into the ground. So that portion of the building meets the intent of that standard. However, the portion of the building where the main building is, this is the primary structure on the property, has the new construction coming right off the top of the back wall of the existing historic building. The rear wall of the historic building is not being removed. A section of it is, but not the entirety of that wall. And you can see how the blue is, this is showing you the existing house that's being elevated vertically on top of the garage. So the garage will become the new foundation for the historic structure. Essentially a piece of the addition. We've identified how could you ever remove the garage addition in the future and have the integrity of the historic house remain. So it becomes a permanent piece of this project should it be approved. To the right, you'll see this new patio open porch that's above the storage. Again, that's a paver brick ground level improvement that is no longer going to remain a ground level improvement. There's concerns with the Secretary of the Interior standards, multitude of them, but I've highlighted 9 and 10 here, which is that new additions should not destroy historic materials. Now, what are we saying? Is this a literal interpretation of the code? Of course, we've got flood zone here. The house is going to have to elevate. We're expecting all of these homes have to come up. The FEMA regulations changed effective December 20th, just this past year, 24, to go from a 6-foot minimum requirement to an 8-foot. The Florida Building Code adds a foot. So essentially we went from 7 to 9. So all of these properties now have to go up 2 foot higher than they originally are cited. And some are at 2, right? There's portions of buildings or buildings entirely at 2 foot. So we're going to expect to see that there's going to be some vertical elevation. The proposed structure is coming up to 14 foot NAVD, which is 5 foot over the minimum requirement for FEMA. The issue with the building structure here, and I have this slide about the structure not being able to be removed, should it be removed in the future, the addition, and I'll flip back and forth, is that would be the design if you were coming up with an addition. Sorry. This is proposed, this is my graphic. So if an addition were to be removed in the future, then we could say yes if it were done like this. But in this case, there's some concern just with the connecting wall in the back. Again, here's the front of the home. This is the proposed rendering for the front of the home. We have these here in case you would like to talk further about them. This graphic is a little difficult for me because it's not showing the existing structure that is to the south of this building, but I understand it's to highlight the proposed architecture and appearance of the proposed building. So again, for reference, this is the existing structure in blue and the additions in red. And these are here again for us to come back to in case there's specific questions. The picture on the left shows you the potential area for removal. So whenever we see additions being attached to structures, there has to be some level of wall removal. This doesn't rise to the level of requiring demolition notification. This is a section of wall. And these are really more here, all of this info for questions. The Secretary of the Interior standards. So we're going to kind of go through these a little bit more. There's staff report excerpts that I've included throughout the presentation. I'm sure you've read the report that highlight the concern about the overall streetscape. What these particular standards are looking at is, are we compatible with architecture? Are we compatible with massing of a structure? Its place in the environment, its use, right? We're single family, still going to single family. So it does preserve distinctive Mediterranean revival features, and that we're getting a Mediterranean revival addition. But I want to highlight as I go through these next few slides, these documents are in place and are on our website and introduced at every pre-app meeting to applicants. Here's the recommended, not recommended approaches. That's in the picture on the left. We use it for every project. For projects that are in the floodplain or susceptible to flood, the Secretary of the Interior created a whole separate set of guidelines that are guidance, right? This is the recommended approach and the not. So both set of standards here are designed to help guide the design professional. So when you see these excerpts, height of the elevation, this is a direct screenshot of what is in some of these. It's extensive, there's a lot. You want to do something with masonry, you want to do something with a fence. All of that guidance is there. So here we have an example, the photo on the left of a home that is existing versus the picture on the right, which was post renovation. Ultimately, the approach here is of concern of not meeting the Secretary of the Interior standards because there's an addition of a whole nother story below the existing house. So this is not a recommended approach. Here's another example. I've only given a few because I couldn't bring the whole, too much. I didn't want to go too far. But this is a building that was elevated with the whole floor underneath for parking purposes, and there's concern with the alterations changing the historic character of the building and how that building complies with the standards. This is the poster child that's used in the website for the Secretary of the Interior of the floodplain adaptation standards. This home on the left was existing condition. You can see its flood that's happening in the middle. and on the right, that was their treatment approach. So there was vertical elevation. Some of it is obscured behind landscaping with the open bottom of the house, some additional stairs. You can see there's only like 3 steps on the left, and there's quite a few more stairs on the right. So designing new foundation treatments that mask the change in elevation to a point that it alters the historic proportion of the building or changes the historic character of a structure is the not recommended approach. But in this case, they use creative design techniques to minimize that perception of the building elevating. And that's the approach. So let's try to minimize the impact of the change on the structure and its environment. The Secretary of the Interior standard looks at properties from a individually designated perspective, but it also factors in that structure is part of a collection when it's within a district. So this is another example. The house is pretty elevated in this photograph. Imagine that the bottom of those porch columns were at grade originally when this house was elevated. So there is a little planter wall and almost like a terrace set up here with some additional steps. And this is an appropriate approach to provide that visual reference point of what was the original foundation, which is happening at the landing. So this is, again, Standard 9 is about additions. There is concern with taking a ground level paver stone patio and elevating it a story in the air on top of a new structure as to whether or not that's truly considered preservation of a space that's important to the historic integrity of the home. This is more of that. There's concern with the scale, the massing. So Mediterranean Revival, let's talk about some of the things that are done well with the project, if I can come back to this. The style of the existing structure is a modest approach or a modest execution of Mediterranean Revival for the existing structure when it was built, with some of those really distinctive features in the back, like that wing wall that I mentioned. We could see from the Sanborn maps that there was an exposed staircase on the north side of the building. We think that may have been because we had a 1-story. I hit my mark, and I have quite a bit to go. So I'll go fast if you can give me 5 more minutes.
At least 5. Take whatever time you need.
So anyway, we did some research documenting the history. We think this may have been a ground floor unit, upper floor unit. That change happened years ago. But around the edge of the house, you can see the larger roof overhangs. That's the current execution of Mediterranean Revival for this structure. And I think that there are important pieces of the analysis that we look at, and that this was a fair execution of the Mediterranean Revival for the addition. Even though there are some concerns about the roof overhangs and whatnot, it's not something that we're looking at as poorly executed. It's a fair execution. So there's concern with the false sense of historical development that happens with this proposal. There's specifically things that we're looking at with Standard 10 and has come up for a number of different projects, is the use of the home being able to, if you took all the additions off 10 years from now, would you be left with a structure that could still be used as a home? Well, it will no longer have its kitchen. Essentially, the front building has a yoga room, and it doesn't have any of its defining features as a residence. So taking these pieces out of the building and putting the building on top of a garage with a new foundation creates concern with compliance with this standard. These are here in case we need to refer back to them, but the visual compatibility standards. We're going to talk through streetscape next. So what you're seeing on top is the existing streetscape, the home in its plane. We're not 100% sure that the distance from the home to the structure to the right is actually an accurate representation of the space between those structures. We think they're a little bit closer, but I'm not scaling a drawing to look at that. What we're looking at is the structure and its place on the street and the massing of that existing streetscape. What you have on the bottom is the proposed streetscape with the new structure. We have chosen to show this diagram, but I also have included this, which is from the applicant's plan set, which proposes basically what the streetscape would look like with the 2 houses to the south once they're coming before the board. So you can't make any comments on them because they're not technically before you tonight. And they are still in TAC, with one just being submitted last week and the other coming in a couple of weeks. So they have not been finalized in their design. But this is the gist of what's happening or coming forward with that, those two properties. There's some concern with proportion of openings with respect to the windows and doors. I mean, overall, what we're looking at is, much bigger structure with the addition. The windows are bigger, the doors are bigger in comparison to the existing historic structure. We've talked about the rhythm of entrances. While the applicant and staff have discussed that they utilize an entrance around the back of the building, it's about the appearance that there is a front door on the house. So that front door will never be able to be accessed. And if you're a trick-or-treater coming to the property, I don't know that you would know where to go to enter, knock on the door for your tricks or treats. The architectural style, again, we've talked through this. There are a few elements. I think this could potentially not be as much of a concern after a conversation we had with the applicant on Friday. Some of the plans are missing details, like roof scuppers are being maintained. They're not going to take those off. So I just want to make sure I'm on record with that, that there doesn't need to be, if you approve, there doesn't need to be any condition that they don't, maybe it's just that they illustrate them on their plans or something like that. They have every intent of keeping those roof scuppers. And there they are in the top middle. They just didn't show up on all drawings, so we weren't sure if they were being removed. So we've already talked through this, the modest example of the Mediterranean style. We've talked a bit about the front door, the entrance and porch. Again, I remind that this ground level patio, we have no documentation that shows that it's original to the structure. If somebody were coming in later and wanted to, maybe they weren't doing this proposal and they wanted to revise the front patio, we would probably work with them on an administrative level. So the compatibility concern is greatly with the massing of the addition. And I'm going to go a little bit further into the presentation here because these things we can come back to. It is considered a relocation. So anytime you remove a structure off of its foundation, whether it's vertical or horizontal, it triggers a relocation application process. There's a bond attached with that. Again, you can see the requirements in the code for relocation. This is an excerpt from the Secretary of the Interior, which talks about, from the flood adaptation standards, which talks about the difficulty when you vertically elevate a structure. There's 11 or 12 different approaches. Some are meant for the north, where we have basements and you abandon your lower level or you create parking for that. Down here, we ultimately are seeing a lot of vertical elevation. But when you move a smaller scale building vertical, there can be some concern with adding a full story that approaches the inability to meet the standards for rehabilitation, the Secretary of the Interior. But again, you can look at what is happening in the spatial relationship to the local area. So I put this here just so everyone's aware that they are required to meet the relocation standards for moving a building, and that is going to include bonding to ensure that the structure doesn't suffer any damage. Variance requests, there's 3. The front setback variance request, and I just am adding this here. In the staff report, I failed to do dash 10 foot 3.5 for existing, and the applicant asked that we address this tonight. So on the rear, there is a 10 foot 3.5 inch proposed rear setback. So there's no rear setback variance. The variance is focused on the front, the south side, and the north side for the pool. The front setback, the property does sit with a 17 and 7 inches front setback, and that is being proposed to bring the front at a range of 7 foot 5 inches to 10 foot 4 inches, with the south side being 2 foot 3, which is existing for the historic structure, but is proposed for the balance of the entire, most of the entire south side of the building. With the pool, that is required to be at 10 foot on the north, and they're proposing 7. We can come back to this if you need a visual to understand the variance proposal. So our staff report analyzes concerns with increasing the nonconformity of the front setback. I remind you that there is an improvement project on Marine Way. I'm not really sure how the plan interacts with on-street parking and things like that. Bringing that patio ground level improvement, it facilitates, creating that additional structure forward of the front wall plane. The garage could be accommodated in a different configuration in a different piece of the property. I think, there are code requirements that say garages shouldn't face a right-of-way, but you've got a tiny site in a flood zone. So there are assumptions that applicants may have to come in with some level of relief in one way or another. So there's concerns with meeting those visual compatibility standards, again, Secretary of the Interior. This is the same for the south, essentially the same concern that's outlined in the staff report, the same concern that's outlined for the north. Well, we are saying that there's a swimming pool on the north side, and it's almost like a decrease of a nonconformity. The swimming pool is being scraped, so it's not like it's picking up and moving, but there is currently a reduced setback on the north for the existing swimming pool. 2 waiver requests. So we have building height plane, and we have the ability to be secondary and subordinate with your addition. So the applicants requested relief to both of those requirements. Those are visual compatibility requirements. Here's the waiver findings should you need to refer back to them. They're also in your staff report. The area in blue, and this is the applicant's drawing for their elevations. There is a no build zone. This is identified in the code in your staff report. Anything above that 2-to-1 ratio line is a no build zone. We have seen, proposals come through where a structure that's existing may not meet the building height plane, and that's in order to preserve its spatial relationship on the site. Would a waiver be required? I think the third story that is largely above the building height plane over there, that is probably that, and the piece of the first floor and the front setback. These are things that are triggering the concern that's outlined in the staff report about the proposal not being compatible with historic streetscape, as that standard is a tool for massing purposes. This is the relief secondary and subordinate requirements. The addition is 3,631 feet to a structure that is about 1,300 square feet, a 1-bed, 1-bath home, and a detached pool house, resulting in a building that's going to contain over 5,000 square feet. Not all of that living, but still square footage. So the additions should not overwhelm a building. This is one of the Secretary of the Interior standards. That's the base of a Secretary of the Interior standard. That's why we have the visual compatibility standards. Here's your COA findings, should you need to refer back to them. Here's your site plan technical items. I know it's a lot. I may not have covered everything that was covered in the staff report. I've tried my best. If you have questions, please let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone from the public have comments? None? All right, let's move forward. Rebuttals by the applicant to the staff.
Okay, I got a couple things, so just bear with me. Okay, first thing. So as mentioned in the staff report, the measurements are incorrect. I don't know if we can go back to my presentation in slide 15. The existing historic structure is at 1,309 square feet, and the proposal is for 2,821 square feet. This results in a total square footage of 4,130 square feet. The requirements on this project for open space are at 25%. We currently have 56% open space on this proposed property. on a small 4,970 square foot lot. The next slide up, or the site plan, I think it's. No, it's gonna go down. Right, Mariana? Is it 15? Okay. Yeah, is it 15? Okay.
I don't see a site plan. Am I missing it?
Yeah, we had it after that, some more slides, right there.
That's first floor.
Okay. Well, irrelevant, I guess.
Well, I can bring up my presentation where there's a site plan. Is that what you want, a site plan?
Yeah, that's okay. Can you go to slide 25? These photos were actually provided to us by the Delray Historical Society, and these pictures showcase that patio was originally there. So it is part of the historical structure. I'm sorry to keep making you go. Oh, perfect. I forgot that I'm able to do that. So let's go back up to here. Okay, so let me get my clicker. So let's touch base on this patio here. For one, the patio currently already exists, and clearly from those photos, it's existed there for quite some time. This wall will be there regardless because we have to raise this existing structure to meet FEMA. So that's 9 feet. So essentially speaking, you're gonna have a wall that comes down here. It's gonna be, we have to raise the structure regardless. We have to meet FEMA requirements. So it's either we are able to utilize what's currently there and what has currently existed for a long time, or there's going to be a blank wall underneath the existing structure. Let's go here. Let's actually address the, I know this is mentioned 9 separate times throughout the staff report. It's notated that we are raising the existing structure 14 feet to accommodate a new garage and storage area, but this is not factual. We are proposing to raise the existing structure to accommodate the new FEMA finished floor height of 9 feet for the existing accessory structure in the rear and the new construction proposed. Right now, and actually I do have a photo that will give us a better depiction of all this while I'm explaining. So this photo. So basically the road is at 1.7 NAVD. The existing property is currently at 2.5 NAVD. Our new elevation of the existing structure is 2.2 NAVD, and obviously you have to subtract the 12.2 NAVD, and then subtract the 2.5 NAVD, which gives you the 9.7. So for saying we're going 14 feet and 5 feet over, that is completely inaccurate. So I want to get that squared away off the bat. We do have our architect here who can explain those additional 7 inches and why we are doing that. The biggest thing is to be able to connect where the existing building is going to be into the proposed addition. She would have more clarification on the risers and the safety concern as to why we're doing the 7 inches, and I'll let her talk about that. These photos really show you when now we get into the interior of the home, it's not just a one flat, story house, or 2-story, I should say, but there are a lot of additional steps within the home. And that's very relevant and important for when we start discussing now why that 7-inch with the risers needed to happen to have a smooth connection between our proposed addition and obviously the existing home. This is also, so now as you're coming up here, this is now coming up to the second floor. You have the mezzanine around. You also have additional steps going up now to this floor, and this is the top bedroom. It's also been mentioned in the staff report, the possible removal and what's going to be left over, but the garage is going to be part of the new foundation, and not for nothing, but as this house currently sits, it's 1 bedroom, 1 bath. So in my opinion, it's not really a livable space as is, and we are trying to make it a comfortable, livable home. The windows were called out. The new windows meet egress. The existing windows do not at all, and we need to meet code, so that's that. Regarding standard 10 with the interior layout, the interior floor plans are not part of the historic board's purview in regards to that, so I don't even know why that's really touched upon. Let me just make sure I'm getting everything. Oh, the wing wall that was mentioned is staying, so nothing is changing there. Again, everything that's currently on the existing structure is staying. Windows will be hurricane impact, so that's that.
Can we try to wrap it up a little bit here?
Yeah, that's good.
I didn't mean to cut you off. But
No, that's okay. There's a lot, so it's fine.
If you have more, you can obviously mention
You
it.
have more.
Just
I guess one more thing, 'cause this might be important. And a lot of the homes that were provided in the staff report is not recommended. A lot of them already had the current existing home had steps in the front of the property. We obviously do not have that. We have a front patio. So because we need to raise the existing house 9 feet to meet FEMA requirements, and there is an access door in the front of the home that right now and has been used to go in and out of that patio. There would be a huge safety concern if we raise the home 9 feet, but we have that door and now you walk out and there's nothing there to catch you, so you drop down 9 feet. So I think it's important and a big safety concern that we raise that existing patio with the house. That's everything.
All right. Michelle.
Okay, just a couple of points. I don't want to rebut every single point here. Obviously, the proposal involves an addition, and if there's errors about square footage, we use the information that was taken from the plans. So with specifically regarding the item about 14 feet, on page 7 of the staff report, you can see we are not assuming that the proposal raises the building 14 feet. We're saying that the building is raising to a 14-foot finished floor elevation. So it's raising approximately 10, or we can call it 9.7, that's fair. 9.7 to 11.5 feet. So the home is going up in the air that much. What the NAVD is a North American Vertical Datum. It's a measurement that's used through FEMA. Changed a number of years ago from NGVD. It's all technical, right? But the bottom line is that the new home is going to have a 14-foot finished floor elevation for the existing home, a portion of the existing home, where the addition itself is going to be, and the guest cottage in the back, or the accessory structure, whatever we want to call it. The red in the back here is what's going to 9, and the blue is going to 14. So it's a 14-foot NAVD. So FEMA requires 9. Okay, the new addition is going to meet the 9, but the historic home is going to a 14-foot.
I don't believe that's an accurate statement.
Kind. You'll have your opportunity.
This information is on the plans. This is taken from the plans. You can see here on the right side of the screen where it says top of existing guest bedroom. Right here, it's a 14-foot NAVD, 12.16 to 14-foot NAVD. The house currently sits at It's actually 2 point, I think it's 5.2, where it is now on the front part of the building and slightly higher in the back. So you can see that there is, we understand in reading the plans, that there is what this mezz says is essentially like the front, right, where you would walk into the front door that faces the street, and then you walk up steps and you get into the house, and then you would go through a hallway and come back up to the next landing and walk up a couple steps to get into there. I understand that windows have to meet egress. We understand how that works. I'm expecting that the third floor rooms that somebody would have to egress from are probably going to need some method of exit because it's high in the air. While the board does not technically have purview over an interior layout of a home, you do have the plans provided. If you have questions, then you want to look at the floor plans. I really think that's it. I have not seen the photos from the Delray Beach Historical Society. I don't know the date that those were taken. If they were submitted, I may have overlooked them. We did work on this project as a team approach. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
I can see that the applicant has some rebuttal to this. I just want to mention that it just needs to be kept to the specific portion that she has now rebut of yours. Okay. Just so that we're not going back and forth and back and forth. And I think you might need to be sworn in, right? Okay.
I think this gentleman wanted to speak too. No?
I'm sorry. If there's anybody else who's going to speak, just stand to be sworn too. Okay, thank you.
Please raise your right hand. By the authority vested in me, the notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good evening,
Before you start, Michelle, if you do have other comments, you obviously have the opportunity to rebut also. But
I understand that, but it's our practice not to go back and forth. So unless there's something new provided information-wise.
your decision. I'm just
Thank you,
saying
sir.
that this is an important decision. So
Understood. Thank you.
okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good evening, board. My name is Mariana Wood. I'm here representing Affinity Architects, and we're at 85 Southeast 4th Avenue.
I'm having a little trouble hearing you. You might want to stand a little closer to that and speak up a little bit.
So my name is Mariana Wood. I'm here with Affinity Architects, and we're at 85 Southeast 4th Avenue. And I want to touch on that subject of the existing home and how it connects to the new addition. So I need to go to...
Do you want your presentation?
Yes, please. Perfect. That's it, I got it. So that's the mezzanine that Michelle was referring to, and that's the entrance to the patio, and we can see how we have those steps, and that is part of the existing structure. And from there we go up to that picture in the middle where it's per se the living room. So if we go to the section where I'm going to explain. So there we are. So that mezzanine is at 12.2, and that's where we're considering to be our starting point. So we're really going 3 feet above the 9 feet. The main structure, the addition, it's at 9 proposed, and the way we're connecting this is through some steps, and we have a landing that connects the existing structure with the new structure. And I will take you guys to the floor plans so you can see it, because it's the only way I can show you.
Again, please speak up a little bit.
Yes, I will try. I'm sorry. So the image in the top is the existing structure, and the image at the bottom is what we're proposing. So the first floor of the existing structure will sit right on top of the garage, and there's a stair, and I will go to the next picture, that it's right there on the second image. And oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's just this top, you hold it down.
So that's there right there.
we have a landing that it's connecting to the rear door of the existing house. So that's how we're connecting the two structures. The risers are per code. We're going 6.5 feet. We don't want to go any higher. It's a risk concern. If we go one riser higher, it's too high. So that's why it's not we feel it's not 14. That area will be 14, but that area in here, which is the first floor, it's at 12, and that's the patio that it's in discussion, that it's at, well, 12 foot 2 and 12. So, any questions?
I think it's about time to have the board discuss among itself, but we may call
I
you
have
back.
one tiny item.
Please.
And if you, it's a question. Is it okay now to ask a question? Hi, how are you?
Hi, Michelle.
Nice to see you. Just so I'm clear, where you show these stairs coming into the back of the house right there, and that's the only interior connection?
No.
Is there another interior connection?
That's the only connection through the main structure.
So the main structure, which is on, obviously the floor plan, and then those stairs, so you would come off a landing and that would be the entrance into the existing guest bedroom. How do you access the other floor?
From the existing house.
So if you're coming from the new addition and walking into the...
You just keep going up the stairs. So the landing is where we're connecting. So if you just keep
where
going...
do you access the historic home ground floor? Or 2 floors? Do you have to walk through the bedroom to get to the other floor? Or do you...
So you access the main house through the front door, and then you go up those stairs.
Right, so you come up the stairs from the garage,
yeah.
right?
No. So you access the main...
You have to hold that down, yeah.
No, I need to go to the floor plan.
I feel like I've seen this already, but I want to make sure something didn't change, that you can get to the other floors of the historic home from the addition and not have to walk through the guest bedroom.
So you come in to the front door.
Oh, it's this top one.
To the front door right there.
Yes.
You come into the house, and then you come in these steps, and then that's the landing. That connects the main structure that sits right on top of the garage. And then you just keep going up the stairs, and everything connects, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe the section drawing is where I feel like I've seen this, that there is the landing comes up and goes to the next floor, right?
Well, the stair keeps going up to the upper level, so it's like a normal stair, just keeps
To
going up.
the next level. Okay. I'm sorry. Thank you. That's all I have.
And then we do have steps that connect from that level onto the lower level, that it's right there. It's right there.
Yeah, I see it right there.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. You're welcome.
So just before we turn it over to the board, are there any other comments from the applicant, from staff, from the public?
I have a quick comment regarding the trick or treating. I'm the owner of the property. I've owned it 2 years and then 20 months.
Kindly.
I'm sorry.
Hi, my name is Dan Edwards. I'm the owner of the property. Bought it 2 years ago and been 20 months in this process.
And
As far as the trick or treating
have you
goes,
been sworn in, sir?
Yes, I have.
Okay, great.
As far as the trick or treating, if somebody comes, I'll put the candy out at the street side. I didn't hear that in any other applicants in the last 2 years. As far as the inside kitchen, I haven't heard that among anything, and this has just been a tumultuous process. I thank you all for your time, and I think this is going to be wonderful for Delray Beach, where I'm a resident for 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the board. I would like to say just a couple quick things, then I've asked John to kind of lead off as our most experienced historian up here. I think we've seen 3 very brave owners and applicants tonight on homes that desperately need investment, work, design, preparation for growing climate issues. And of the 3, this one is probably the bravest of what has to be done. When you do walk through that building, you see that the water, and this isn't even during a hurricane, this is during a king tide, the water coming up 2 and 3 feet on the floor, which for someone to take on that task is a real challenge. Having said that, John, do you want to start off? Or do you
I don't know
respectfully
if I
deny?
don't have a choice.
We could take a vote on it.
Yeah, so I'm going to probably go back and forth on this, depending on what everybody else has to say. But, you know, when I first saw the plans, I was not necessarily in favor of what was proposed. And I still have concerns. But walking through the property and looking at where it is, honestly, if it was my money, I would probably start from scratch, because there is not a whole lot here other than the Dade County floors that I really truly consider salvageable. But saying that, this is a historic district, and we have a mandate to look after the historic structures within this district and Delray Beach itself. It's such a unique situation here, being that this has to be raised. This has probably flooded a couple of dozen times over the years. And I have slides from 1947 when the hurricane came through, and it probably went close to up to the second floor. It flooded all the way to Federal Highway. There was 2 feet of water on Federal Highway. So could it happen again? Sure. Will it? Who knows? But blue sky flooding is a thing, and it gets worse every year, especially along here. When I was at this site, I looked at the property to the south, and it's rotting out on the bottom. The stucco's falling off. It was, you know, all of these properties are going to have to be addressed. And I know Jeannie, who lives next door to this, to the north, and she floods all the time. So the parking is a challenge. There is really no parking here. I think what is proposed does solve that. And if it again, when I looked at the blank wall in the front, that is the front of that patio, that does give me some angst there. But what is the other alternative? If you do move this structure up, do you then have just a vertical plane in front of the structure itself where it goes straight down to the street? I think that would look honestly worse. I think this does step it out. Where I'm having some difficulty is the large structure in the back. I would like to see if there's any way that could be softened, whereas from the street, you're never probably going to see most of it. But on the north side, you will see some of it. And it is going to be large, and there's not going to be any hiding it there. Architecturally, I don't have a problem with anything. I do have a couple of concerns about, well, actually I really don't now, because this is right on the Intercoastal, and any flooding is going to go right into the Intercoastal and on that street. Where the pool is and the setbacks, it's existing. I really don't have an issue with that. The overall massing and scale, to me, is a bit of a concern. If you were going to save this house, I don't really know what else you can do with it if it has to be lifted. So, as far as where it's going and using the parking as a creative solution underneath it, I don't have a problem with that. I would like to maybe see either some, I don't know if there could be some landscaping, some architectural detail, a window or something on that front that would soften that look a little bit. But I don't know. I'm curious to see what everybody else says, because this one's a tough one for me.
Chris?
Yeah, this is a challenging
I'm
one.
taking it easy on Ezra and
You always
Peter.
go last. Yeah. Yeah, this is a challenging one, right? It's a tough situation where you have to raise the house so it doesn't flood. It's a historic house, so you need to keep the integrity of the look. And what do you do architecturally? It's definitely a challenge. And so I I appreciate the applicant taking on this project and trying to figure out a solution, and I think that's what we're here for, to all kind of come together and try to get a solution. I don't know if this is the solution. There is many concerns staff brought up, and I think I share a lot of them. The massing and the scale, especially compared to the street, even with those other proposed buildings coming up, this one really towers over the rest of them. So that's a concern. This was said to be a 3-story. It almost looks like a 4-story when I look at all these levels. So it's really large, and I know the code allows it to be 35 feet, but then historic, you have to be compatible with the neighborhood, and it has to not be overwhelming to the original structure. And I think it is a little bit overwhelming of the addition. I think the idea of how to remove the addition, if a future owner says, this historic house means a lot, let's bring it back to its original, the way it was, it would be almost impossible to do that with this scenario. So I think that needs to be looked at and changed so that could happen in the future if it needs to. I had a question about the color of the house. Is that anything that's important to maintain with the standards?
They can change the color. They can request a change. So with Mediterranean Revival, you typically go with a cool or a warm palette. This would would fit. Right now, painted blue, it's cute, it's different, but they could change the color.
Okay, wondering that. Because you called it the Sky Blue House? Was that? You didn't say that? Oh, I thought you said that. I'm like, oh, that's an interesting name. I don't agree with reducing the front setback. I think it is a narrow street, and encroaching into that makes the street feel smaller. I understand the reasoning behind trying to do it, but bringing that wall even closer to the street is just going to, again, change the character of the street and reduce that open space. I don't have a problem with the pool setback because it is actually reducing that a little bit. That visual no build zone image that we saw, there was a lot in that no build zone diagram that it felt so overbearing, like how much of that was in the no build zone. So that's also a concern.
But that is an existing nonconformity too. So a lot of it is now.
But you're bringing it. You're bringing it more. Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah. Let's see what else.
But how much of that? Well, FEMA's requiring this to go up, right? And it's right on that street already. There's not much you could build there, period, without violating the visual, the building height plane. So out of all of them, this one I would give the most flexibility on. But it's that third floor up there is what
yeah, it's more about the scale and the massing compared to the rest of the structure, and also compared to the historic part of it is what I think it's too much in the back, and I think if it came back in front of the board, I would like to see that reconsidered. Let's see here. That's all I have. I'd like to hear what the rest of the board has to say.
I just wanted to add on when you said it couldn't be removed if there was an addition, you couldn't do it after this. If this is going to be elevated at some point, no matter what you do, it's going to be not feasible to go back. So in order to save this house, you kind of have to violate the standards if you're going to save it. You know what I mean?
It's just which standards you.
It's which standards are you gonna really
exactly
violate?
Yeah,
so
exactly. It's a tough one.
It's a tough situation there. Yeah. Anyway,
Peter, do you want to go ahead?
Okay, I think a lot of has been covered. Have some of the same concerns. I think what they're really doing here is future-proofing this house. This may be the design that would have come forward maybe 10 years from now, but we're addressing it now. I was lucky enough to walk through the property just a few days ago, and there's not much usable, like John said. I mean, I would start from scratch if I could. I mean, if I was involved, it's a real challenge to save something like this. And it requires bold action. My least favorite part of the design, of course, is that wall in front by the street. And I think Chris touched on that pretty eloquently. I mean, is there another way to do that? I know it's nice to have a elevated deck to have a cocktail and look out at the water, but maybe there's another approach there. It's a real challenge, and it's a beautiful piece of property, and I would like to see it preserved. So that's all.
Carol.
Yes, I think Chris hit on most of the items that I also would have said. I just think the addition is it's overwhelming for the original structure. And yeah, seriously, everything's been said except for one thing. So a patio is not really considered structure. Like if you're designing a piece of property and you have a driveway or you have a patio, it's not structure. It's that it is what it is. It's a driveway or patio, and there's setbacks for those things too, but they're not structural setbacks. So a building has a structural setback because it's a wall, it's a structure. Even trellises are, I believe, structures, but patios, you're really not considered that. And I also think, as far as the drawings go, if you came back with maybe your finished floor elevations on the site plan might be helpful too. So there's no question as to what we're looking at, which floor is which elevation. I don't know. That's it. Thank you.
I have a question actually to the, I guess, I'm not sure, the owner? A question to the owner or to the architect. Who decided the style of the addition?
Pardon me?
Who decided suggested the style of the addition?
Dan, please. The reason we asked you to stand there is
Yes.
in order to record this.
Okay.
You can't hear nods of heads. And
Sorry. I spent about 15 hours down at the Boca Historical Society because this home was actually brought up by barge along with a home to the south. But at one time, they think they were connected, this home plus the home to the south, and then split on the barge and put into these two properties. So when we were working with our architect, Mariana, we wanted to keep the character of the original structure, but make something livable that's more than 1,300 square feet. And it was a challenge with the flooding. And again, I've owned this property just over 2 years. It's been a challenge to try to figure out how to raise it for FEMA, how to keep it structurally sound when you're on the water side. Like I picture being in the Atlantic Lady coming down, and you want to get that character of this street. And I know a few of the homes to the south are also going to be raising. I happen to be the first one here, but there's going to be 4 more that are coming. I do agree with what the board is saying with that front deck, though. I completely agree with that. I just happened to be in San Francisco with my wife traveling through California, and I just said to Mariana, I could see a terraced step like they do in California. So it's not such a wall. It's maybe a 2 foot, a 2 foot, a 2 foot, and then with say half the size of that existing deck. Right now, you can't enter the home from the front door. The front door is the north side. That's how the original house was built. Someone would have to step over a 2 foot cement. There is no entryway into that current patio. Hasn't been for 70 years. But I do agree with the board.
Sir, as far as he just asked a question about the style, so unless there's kind of a follow-up.
But this is actually helping. I understand your view.
And if you want him to expand, you're welcome to do that, but at this point it's a board discussion.
But maybe if I follow up on my question a little bit, because...
You can only do that if you speak up.
More to speak up. Okay. No, the reason I ask because sometimes the principle are that you're trying an addition, not necessarily doesn't use the same style as the existing historic house, Michelle, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, things have changed a little bit, but it used to be that you don't really match the addition with the proposed. It's there are ways,
Yeah,
very
so-
subtle ways to make a bigger difference between an historic house and what you build next to it.
So the
That
visual-
used to be the theory, but maybe not anymore.
The visual compatibility standards specifically say there should not be an introduction of a different style.
Oh,
So
really?
if your style, that's on the right side over there, architectural style L, should only consist of one architectural style. So that is designed, this has been in place for many years, so I don't think that's changed. But it was taken from, or these were built and inspired by the Secretary of the Interior standards. So
I guess
yeah.
I misread it because I really thought.
And I know we're not technically in rebuttal, but I have a question about something the applicant
I think,
said.
just like I said to the applicant, unless the board has a question for you, then you need to
No, you
respect
answered
board
me.
discussion. If they have a question, though, they're welcome to ask
Well,
that.
then I apologize because I thought that was one of the important principles.
I think what you're thinking though is there should be a clear demarcation from what was added to what's original. Is
Yeah,
that
but
right?
not just the
So it
line or
doesn't-
the jump or the change.
Because that's
of
what we're talking
plane.
about, like the steps
Yeah,
in the last
well,
project had to
yeah,
step
but-
back 4 inches to make
Yeah.
that demarcation. Is that not
As
right?
Katharina described before, it's not a line of demarcation of this is old versus this is new. It's a differentiation, and it can be a subtle differentiation. Like in this instance, for this structure, there is no demarcation between what's
Right.
old and what's new on the wall. But their approach is different size of windows. The structure is a third story addition.
And the roof.
The roof
And
design.
the overhangs.
The
The
roof
overhangs.
overhangs.
Yeah,
So it's every architect's own creative input, which we want to see.
Right. Well, I was thinking about the Norton Museum, what they did there. They basically refer to an Art Deco building, but it's a very brand new interpretation of it. And I think they work together well, This is not as sophisticated, in my opinion, of a solution, but, I know it's not an easy one. It's too bad in a way that the old building gets lost. I mean, literally gets engulfed in this much bigger structure, and it's not helping any of them, in my opinion. But I understand. I thought that the principles would actually support what I'm saying, but apparently not. The other thing is, you're aware that, I'm not sure who to ask that question, maybe the owner again, that the garage itself could be more transparent, could let the water in and out. You don't have to create a fortress there,
They are required to have flood vents in the garage.
Well, not just flood vents. You can have knockoff walls.
Yeah.
You can have other solutions that it might make that base more transparent or more interesting to look at. That's another possibility. I'm not sure if they looked into it.
Okay, so I feel
Is
like,
that-
are you asking me a question?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if this was the only solution that run through, because it's a fortress. I mean, it's really a massive wall that was not there before. And I like other suggestions when this broke down, and the patio then maybe disappear as a.
But you're asking
as
me
an
if
out.
other solutions were brought forward.
Yeah, to reduce the impact of that.
Other solutions were not brought forward from the applicant.
Right.
But we have advised and had meetings with the applicant and suggested that the garage could be within the addition.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a forward facing, which I've already mentioned in my presentation, and it's in the staff report, so that the garage is in the back. You drive underneath the new addition and let
Right.
that go up higher if you need it to be at a higher finished floor elevation, keeping the existing structure at the required 9-foot NAVD by FEMA.
I understand.
So you would still have a structure, it's up, you'd probably still have some level of approach of how how do we walk out a front door, I think they said, and follow the ground. Well, of course you're not going to do that. You're going to have some level of navigation across the front. But yes, we have made those suggestions, and we've been very clear with the applicant that it's their right and it's due process to come through to the board and ask for what they want. And that what we're suggesting could be solutions, but is not a required mandate.
Right, but it does create a condition for a waiver, as it is.
I mean, ultimately, like I said in the presentation, the house itself with building height plane is going to have a waiver anyway. It's
Because of
the issue isn't the house itself. The issue is the first floor addition forward of the house and the 3-story addition in the rear.
Right.
Here again, you can see the building height plane
Right.
line cutting
Right.
across. If the 2-story addition were tucked in the back, you may not see it. You'd still have a BHP relief, but it would come to you and you would make that decision after deliberating.
Ezra, are you?
Yeah, I'm done.
Being in the seventh position is good because most of the things that I've scribbled down. I will say that when I was first introduced to the project, the streetscape was one of the things that really bothered me. I appreciate the owner, making the point that this is the first of 4 that will be coming up. And so, visualizing the streetscape is really not, I can't really do it because I don't know what else is going to come afterwards. I am concerned about the blank wall in the front. It sounds like the applicant is amenable to making some changes there, and I'd love to see what they would propose. And although I'm not comfortable with the view from the street with the 3rd floor, but I'm not sure what solution there is to that. As John said, this is a difficult one. I do think that 3rd floor does overwhelm the original structure. And if I was building the house, I'd probably do exactly what you're doing. But my role is historic preservation. I have to be concerned about the original structure. And that's what's bothering me here.
Well said. John, I think you got a comment?
I just want to make one quick comment on the streetscape. I think you do still have to consider what is actually there right now. I think certainly you could keep in mind that FEMA has some sort of requirement to raise it up. But I think overall you really need to consider it as you're looking at it right now. You don't know what's going to get approved in the future, so to kind of try to come up with what the streetscape is going to be it's not something you guys should even undertake anyway.
But we do know that those structures are going to be raised, and so we have to keep, that has to be part of our consideration.
Either they're going to be raised or they're not going to be there.
That's exactly right.
Because
yes.
And I think that's fair enough to
Yeah.
consider that there will be some element of being raised to the FEMA standards.
Can you go back one slide, please? So here, to me, maybe it's just a visual trick, but it looks like the blue in the top is a lot bigger than the blue on the bottom. So maybe that's just the way the perspective is on this. But,
That's the way the plans.
I'm gonna propose, and I know Jim, you have a couple of comments. I'm gonna propose a continuance on this because I think there's some things that can be done to soften the front. But there is right down the street from us here on Northwest First a row of single-story homes, and this board approved a 3-story, single, 3, single. So the plan for that was you didn't take up all of your green space, so there was more of a vertical orientation to it. And so I'm not necessarily opposed to 3 stories, and when you look at it from the front, From the intercoastal, you, like somebody mentioned from the Atlantic Lady, you might see this view. Typically, you're not going to. You'll probably see the existing house. You won't see the back unless you're on the north side, and then you'll see the kind of the side view. So I've never really liked this flat front look at it because it's not really realistic. If you look at what was proposed and approved at docks, you had docks in the front, and then you had this massive thing behind it with this little bit of blue and all this red of the new. So, you know, that to me is a consideration when we're looking at this and what has been done in the past. But Jim, once you make your comments, I'll be happy to make a motion for continuance unless anybody objects.
Also, like if there's a continuance, also the architect would come back with those visuals to show us that it's not looking like this front head-on elevation to try to.
And I think
right now it looks like that.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just going to say, I think the chair should make his comments, and then I would ask that the applicant come up and we just talk about if you guys want the continuation with direction, or if you prefer to have the ability to appeal to the commission.
So I would like to make some comments. And I'd like to start here, and I think the applicant made the point that patio does not have to be that high. There's so-called storage underneath, and I'm not sure that that's a necessary part of the plan. The garage is fine. The garage is under the existing building, and Carol made a very good point about a patio is not a structure. So I don't, and I could be corrected on this, Michelle, I don't think if that patio were 3 feet, 6 feet lower, that would be a problem with the EPA guidance. It would make the door there in the center real, that you could step down. And I agree with you, it's not going to be a 12-foot step, but you know, if that could be reduced, and I think John's idea was a good one too. If we do have to have that wall there, we could put some windows into the storage area. But I would just think that if that could be brought down X number of feet, it would certainly solve some of my concerns and would not impact what needs to be done for FEMA and what needs to be done for parking. That's sort of my first point. My second point is, I understand we're trying to do a waiver of secondary and subordinate, but somehow this is this is way beyond secondary and subordinate in the sense, I don't know if we've settled on the numbers, if it's 2 times bigger than the original building or 3 times bigger than the original building, but it really is a drastic change in the role of the original building. I also worry, when we make decisions up here, we're supposedly not setting precedents. Each decision rests on its own. But I would find it hard to believe that the buildings on either side of this one wouldn't feel that they needed to go up to 3 stories too. And I realize we're kind of projecting into the future and all, but I think there would be some momentum in that direction. So I am concerned about the 3 stories. And the last thing I'd like to say is that the detail, particularly the roof and the roof overhang, I think is necessary for the differentiation between the new and the historic. But I'm wondering if it needs to be that different. And, we've talked about subtlety on some of these things, and earlier tonight talked about 4 inches making a difference. I would think if we do go for a continuance, that would be one thing we'd ask the applicant to look into.
Can I add a little bit of this? there's
You
a.
guys can do
also-
whatever you want.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
I'm the chair, you know.
No, you're
I
the
mean-
chair. You're done. No, what-
As far as continuing board discussion, you can't do whatever you want.
Definitely interrupt him.
Well,
You're
I remember something that might help, is there's also supposed to be a bottom, a middle, and a top. And this building doesn't quite have those, If you can consider do something a little different with the top, the third floor, make it look a little more transparent and lighter. I wouldn't say, I can give you ideas, but, it can be some sort of a colonnade or some kind of a loggia or pergola or something that, not pergola, but I don't like those, but a loggia, for example, something that made look that top a little more transparent and less massive, instead of that terrace on the side, maybe would be that. But I'm not, here to design. But I do think it lacks those three portions, that would help.
Before you move that slide, can you clarify on the picture to the right, the short wall in front of the larger wall, where is the existing footer wall or small wall that's going around the patio now? Is that the outside one or is that the inside one?
That's a better question for the applicant.
Okay.
You're asking if it's at grade or not, right?
Well, just know where the footprint is now, because I think Chris mentioned something about the front setback. So I'm wondering where it starts now.
So the little garden wall around the existing patio, is that garden wall location represented by this
The small
planter
one.
wall?
Right there.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
that's what you're asking.
All right.
That corner is where it starts.
Okay, so the front, the balcony, I guess you could call it now, is stepped in
2
from the
feet.
footprint, 2 feet from the
Correct.
footprint of the existing one. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of like squeezing a balloon. It's going to pop out somewhere. So where are you going to put the parking? Where are you going to put
How much
the
air do
extra
you put in
square
the balloon?
footage? Where are you going to put it? You have a lot of crawl space under there. I'm wondering if that's getting added into the square footage calculations. So,
The square
Anyway.
foot calculations, yeah.
yeah, so, I mean,
That's true.
The
Yeah, it's
square
20
foot
by
cal-
20 or something. What do
Yeah,
they
we
have?
looked at that too, and we asked about that on Friday with the applicant, if the garage square footage was indicated on the plans. So when we say 3,631 square feet, that's all building area, so AC and garage area.
Okay.
The garage is 800 square feet, so it would be 2,800 square feet of AC. That's not covered porches, that's not the patio out front, but we did include that, and we talked with them.
What about the storage under the patio?
That's 800 square feet, the garage and the storage
Including the garage.
together.
Including the garage?
Yeah, so the AC square footage of the structure
They're
is
about 400 each.
About 2,800, yeah.
So we had discussed this about maybe proposing a continuance on this with direction. Are you comfortable with that? Do you have any questions for us, or how?
Could I speak? Do you mind?
Yeah, sure.
So,
Just introduce yourself and
Kristen Finn, 102 George Bush Boulevard, Delray Beach. I've spent a lot of time with the applicant on this, and for those of you, Vlad, I think you're the only one I haven't met on the board. I live in a historic district, Delida Park. I've served on this board 3 years. I also currently sit on the Delray Beach Historical Society. I just wanted to mention about the patio part. The applicant's willing to reduce that front portion. John, you were asking about the exterior. I think she answered it. That's where the existing, that 2-foot wall is. They were willing to do any type of landscape or anything to soften that, like the applicant had spoken earlier. If you completely removed the front porch area, you're still going to have a wall, right? Because the historic being raised, there has to be a foundation. So you're still going to have an issue with a wall. So, you know, they were willing to do, they were asked to leave a portion of this blank so you guys could see. This isn't a design that they desire. They're willing to do any type of decorative, and they're also willing to reduce that so that that front plane isn't so stark from the street. And I just would like also to mention, this is a 52-foot
lot. It's wide.
Kristen, I'm sorry, but unless I have specific questions, I think you really got.
I thought I could speak. Okay.
You really have to just stick to the question of the continuation with direction, and if that's something like the applicant would like to move forward with as a continuation with direction, or you can have the board
And it
here
doesn't
make a
have to be
decision.
to date
a decision.
certain. So,
Maybe
you know,
explain
we
to
can't
them what
we
that
can't
is.
approve anything. We could vote on it right now, obviously, or listening to some of the concerns from the board, maybe come back with a revised plan for at least the front, and potentially if there's any way to lessen the visual impact of the back somehow. I don't know if you can or not, but that's your choice.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
Okay.
So I would like that. And I think we'll come back with a better look visually from the front porch.
Let me ask you this: and I know you guys can't design from the dais, but that third area where you see and I don't know how to work this thing.
Use the pointer.
This little area right here, this little third, if that were reduced or even eliminated, you know, here, this little portion here,
Yep.
if that were reduced or brought in so that from this streetscape, you know, it's still 3 stories, but you're not seeing quite that overhang, do you think that would?
I personally, I think it would reduce the visual impact and the massing, but I couldn't comment on,
Okay.
you know, what the approval.
And that's what I was just going to caution the board. Without the reason we want to continue a direction and bring it back to the board is so that you can actually see the exact elevation and how, what your reaction is to it once you've seen all of the details of it. But I think it sounds like the board has recommended, and I don't want to speak for you guys, but recommended kind of like a decrease in the appearance of the massing and, you know, the front elevation with
But,
the
you know,
garage. So
It wouldn't hurt you, put it that way.
The one question I would have, because I know this has been a long process for everybody involved, is do we have any idea, either both from the applicant point of view and from staff point of view, of how long it would take you to come back to staff and how long it would take staff to vet that?
We can be ready by Monday. Literally, have a full crew. So
You didn't have any plans this weekend.
How soon would you like us to
Well,
come back?
it all depends on staff and when you could get back on the schedule. So,
But it
the
would
next-
be at a minimum
So
of
I'm
a month.
unfortunately not going to commit to a schedule for a
Yeah.
plan that,
The,
you
ne-
know, I'm not
the
sure
next
what's
board
gonna look-
meeting is the
but
first
could
week
I-
in April. So
Could I finish? You've got a public notice to redo. So if there's one less variance or, you know, a side variance shifts or whatever, it has to be mailed back out. And you remember what we did with the mailing. It takes some prep. It happens 10 days prior to it getting to you. Plus, we have to look at the plan and make sure there isn't anything else.
But I wouldn't be 20 more months, correct?
Correct.
On a serious note, I wouldn't be 20 more
I'm
months.
going to respectfully ask you to not refer to the process as 20 months.
That's what it's been.
When you fold in the time that it takes for your applicant, your architect.
I think
That's just
you know,
not fair to say. I
That's
will
a-
not be attacked about the timeline, and I'm going to be firm about that. So as far as when it comes back, we do have to put it back through TAC review and make sure that we don't have any additional or fewer waivers or variances. Staff
Michelle, you
report
had
will change.
earlier said the timeline to go through TAC and so
It's
forth.
approximately 2 weeks.
I think as far as the timeline, it's really not going to be in the board's purview to make these, I think it's honestly unfair to put Michelle on the spot as to what her timeline will be, just because having not seen the plan that's put before them and not knowing what kind of comments that they'll have to make
And
or
by
any
other
of those
applicants
things.
that are already in the process. So I mean,
Right.
we'll
So-
do our best to be quick, and we have been quick with all of our comments.
Can I make a motion to continue with direction?
It's up to you, Chair.
Why don't you come up?
Yeah, I would say yes.
Did we give enough direction?
Yeah, is it possible if we can continue with direction with the staff, or is it something that we need to come before the board?
We'll need to
I
come
think it
back.
has to come.
I move to continue with direction.
Mr. Second?
Second.
Before we vote, is there any particular sticking points? I think the front facade, obviously with the patio and the raised version there, and as well as lessening the visual impact of the third floor.
Can I
would
ask
be
a
my
question?
points.
Did anyone have a issue with how the historic structure's windows are at such a different level than the proposed second floor? Because it looks like there's so many different levels of
I think that got to Vlad's point about
Yeah.
having the bottom, middle, and upper.
that there's just so many different almost looks like a Lego piece.
Well, I mean, this
But I
this
just was
meeting-
wondering if anyone else thought about that and had an issue with
Well, I
it.
think the rendering does have some problems. I think it's also not quite that wide. But those are all things I think would be addressed in
I think
the
you also
revision.
asked for additional views, right? Weren't you asking for
Yes,
additional
we were.
renderings?
Yeah, and
But
maybe some new landscape.
So
Thoughts?
landscape is not to be used to obscure what's happening, right? It's the terraces that can be.
Okay.
But I've heard so far lessening the visual impact on the third floor and then doing something different with the front.
I think that if the applicant went through and listened to this whole recording over again, they would know exactly where the issues are. I mean, we all went through, we all stated different things, and I think they all need to be explored.
I think you guys as a board should kind of make the determination of things that you agree on so that they can actually go with your direction as a full body. You know, so if it is the front elevation near the garage, if it is the massing
the third floor.
or the height plane,
Those are the
think-
two major sticking points that I have as far as the setbacks with the pool or anything else. The existing setback, I don't have any issues with any of those.
I do want to add the roofing detail onto that list, so that would be at least 3.
I would like to add the consideration of the streetscape, the existing streetscape, even though we know what may come. This is still way bigger and taller, and I think that should be considered as well.
Got an issue with the variance in the front yard.
Yes.
Would you explain that a little bit? I'm not sure quite.
The front setback?
The front setback, as I understand it, the house itself is just going vertical. It's not,
No, the house itself sits at 17 foot 7 inches. That can remain as an existing nonconformity. It's the structure that's in front of that.
the storage.
Yeah, everything below the railing.
Yeah.
And a portion of the garage, you know, because that's.
I think the garage is directly underneath the building.
Yeah.
It is.
Right, but it's construction.
But-
we don't typically put applicants through, like, if you have a one-story building that's encroaching into the setback and you want to put a second floor on it, we don't typically make you get a variance for the second floor to also encroach. So it's can be a non-conformity. So anything that becomes forward of that is the variance.
Yeah, I mean, I think there will be a nonconformity there or an encroachment. It just depends what that looks like. And the way this looks, you're right, it's kind of a vault or a
Okay, I
a
think
fortress.
we do have a motion. I think we have a second.
Yep.
Just one quick question. I just wanted to say if staff was comfortable with a date certain, and then it would just be pushed if there was, pushed if there was
Yeah,
a new date that you had to do. We could do that. It's just up to you guys to decide if that's really it.
I mean,
Could we have a date?
why? So, I mean, realistically, if you do a date certain, the issue is about advertising, right? So they have, if they're ready with plans, maybe they've already studied this and they're ready to go and submit on Monday. I still have to put that back through a TAC review, which is a 2-week process. And if it's coming, I would highly suggest, if you're serious about submitting on Monday and you have it done, if you could bring it in Thursday morning instead, Because if it comes in Monday, I have to wait till Friday to distribute it to TAC. TAC meets on Fridays. And they have a whole list of things ahead of them. It's one of the worst things I can do is go to TAC and ask reviewers to move items up in the process and skip other applicants. So if it's possible that it could come in Thursday by noon, and I know that seems a lot, but you're asking me for a date certain, so if you want me to run with you, you gotta run with me.
Well, that would make you're talking about for April 2nd.
Yeah, we are right at the timeline. The public hearing notices for April 2nd, I'm required to hand to the applicant. Let's just look at it. I wish I had a calendar on my desk here.
And was
April 2nd gets advertised to you on the 26th. On the 21st, the public notices get mailed. On the 14th, 1 week prior to public notices getting mailed, I have to hand the applicant the public notice because they mail it. Today is the 7th. So I have to hand them their public notice, even if we agree to choose days in between. If it came in tomorrow, I wouldn't get it back. I know what today is. I know the 7th is TAC.
Go ahead.
You want to set date certain? Let's see what happens once it's submitted. TAC isn't going to come back at best if it were submitted tomorrow until the 21st.
So when you say Thursday, you meant tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Is there an option to set it for a date certain in May? Is that
I
something
think
that
May
would be
is more
acceptable
reasonable.
to the applicant?
It's not me saying
doesn't
I
put
have to
either
do
No, we
party
understand.
under
It's
pressure.
public notice requirements and a TAC review. And it's not just my team and I sitting there saying, do we like this? It's the other reviewers.
Or you could just do the motion and not set a date
If
certain.
you don't
and-
set a date,
and-
then they come back when they come back.
I think that kind of settles it. Let's not do a date certain. I think everybody understands the process, and
I mean, if we
the
didn't have
applicant.
variances, then it could totally go. If they eliminated all the variances and no waiver or no public notice relocation and waiver was happening, then yeah, it could totally go to April.
Could someone from the applicant respond?
If we jump through hoops, Michelle, and have everything to you by Monday morning, can we be at the very next meeting?
No,
Why?
there's no time for that.
If we jump through hoops and get
It
everything
would
to you
have
in
to
2
come
days,
Tomorrow,
TAC has to be 2 weeks?
yes.
Why?
Because the other reviewers have.
Who's the other reviewers, please?
Wait.
I don't want to do this the back and forth.
I'd like
if
to
you
be in
guys
the
are
next
comfortable
session.
for either May, or they can go ahead and do the motion, and hopefully you could get on.
Honestly,
as soon as
this isn't
possible.
about
Hopefully
whether or not we
doesn't work
work
for
late
me.
or we work on weekends. We do. The first applicant on the agenda, we worked over the weekend to get him here. Okay, we do what we have to do.
How about if I have you
projects.
everything by
But
Friday?
I'm talking, and I'm not going to go back and forth with the applicant. And this continued months long, not doing it anymore. Please stop. I've given you the timeline. A public notice mailing has to happen. I do not have control over that. That's by code.
Then I think we just do it either date certain in May or just leave it open. And that would be my suggestion.
I would like a vote on this by taking the front deck off the house. I'll take the whole deck away.
There's no option to do it like that. I'm sorry.
No, we can't do that.
You guys got to go ahead and just make the motion, I think, at this point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then let's just call the roll.
I made the motion. And that is without a date certain? Or with?
I think so. Just let things
Just-
be submitted and done.
Okay, all right.
Without a date certain.
Just wanted to be clear. Call the roll.
Ezra Craig,
Yes.
this is yes to
Continue.
Continuing
continue.
Direction.
with direction.
Okay. John Miller,
Yes.
Peter Dwyer,
Yes.
Chris Capezas,
Yes.
Vlad Dumitrescu.
Yes.
Carol Perez.
Yes.
Jim Chard.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, what do we have?
Reports and comments.
Any legislative items?
No.
Okay. Reports and comments,
Yes.
starting with the staff.
Okay. Next month's Preservation Board meeting, we will be deliberating on the Historic Preservation Board awards for May, with a decision happening next month. So you're going to get a packet. You'll review that packet, look at the projects. These are projects that have had COs, certificate of occupancies, or completed projects. And then you'll deliberate and you'll vote on that next meeting. And then in May, for Preservation Month, we will award the winners of any of the projects that, I don't know what we've got yet.
I was going to ask you, do you know if we have commercial and residential and?
So I've had to move the meeting several times because of other things going on. So I don't know what my team has put together. I have to look at it. But that's next month. May, Historic Preservation Month. The thing that Roger talked about tonight is so exciting, and I do encourage you all to attend that. I'm hopefully going to attend as well. And then I bring these forward to you every so often, and this is our time-lapse videos. If this will load, we'll see, of Sunday Village. And so, can I pause this? How do I pause you? There. Okay, so every month, once a month, we have a construction meeting with the Sunday Village contracting team. So this is everybody in the field who you're gonna see moving around the site like ants. We go over any issues. We have the DDA at that meeting to talk about events happening in the downtown. It's really something we do with most of our big projects across the department, so not just historic. And so I'm just giving a quick background for those of you who don't know. Early on in this coordination, we asked the applicant to set up cameras around the site so we could have a recording of what happened with Sunday Village from beginning to end. So
Could
you're
you
gonna
slow the speed down a little bit?
I think I can.
You can usually adjust that.
Yeah, I think I can. But what I was going to say is you're going to see the camera shift. I'm going to bring it halfway between where we were. So you're going to see the camera shift. So this is looking at the site as if you were in the air on the library property, looking towards the east. The camera shifts and it ends up on the north side of the Sunday House, looking towards essentially like Dunkin' Donuts in Atlantic Avenue. Okay? So I'm going to move back because 3 seconds were actually quite a few
And this
frames.
is what, 2 years ago?
So this is pretty much inception. So they've cleared the site and they are picking up the existing historic structures, some of which are moved on the site, some stay in their position, and there was another one that moved off the site next to the Sunday House. Okay, so let's see. And I can play it again. It's 3 minutes if you want to see it twice. So you see a lot of the excavators going around the site. Here, you're going to see houses. Some of them are lifted already, and then they're going to move. Sheet piling, yep, is going in. And this is all preparation, what you're seeing in this particular area, for the build of the underground garage, which happens pretty quickly. Right now, the crane in the background was building the water storage area.
Amazing.
It is really, I think it's...
They didn't dig anything up cool under there, I guess. Huh?
They didn't tell us.
No. So this is just a pretty neat view of a project that's been in the process with us since just before I started here in the teens.
So there are 3 underground garages now, the 2 Atlantic Crossings and this one?
Yeah. There's actually
They're doing another one.
No,
They're
there's
doing two.
the Ray.
The Ray has.
There's also
They're
the
basically
Ray.
invisible, so you never know.
Rocco's
they're
has
there.
one?
Yeah,
Underground?
little one.
I
Yeah,
had no idea.
that was probably the first one.
Oh.
Yeah,
The
it's
Ray
flooded,
Hotel.
too.
So there's several. Doesn't Federspiel also go underground?
I don't think so.
Doesn't go down one? No. So what you see on the left side there is the buildings facing Atlantic Avenue. We call those buildings 1, 2, and 3. These are the 8s and 9s buildings. And then just beyond is the, here's the shift that happens. And so this is the pedestrian court, which we call the
Piazza Paseo.
Paseo. Thank you, Jim,
Paseo.
Mr. Chard. This is the Paseo. And so you're going to see very shortly here the landscaping go in. And they start working on the houses. They're doing some of the lift of these houses. So all these houses lifted up. They built new foundations and then lowered the houses back down. So they all had vertical relocation as well.
So that's still a public easement in the middle, correct? It was when we approved it. I don't know if that changed. Along the Paseo.
I think it was abandoned with on the tract access for the public. I think that's how the plat read. So
No residential.
That's what I couldn't believe.
this use, all of the historic homes are going to have some restaurant-based use, whether it's a bakery or a sit-down restaurant. There's office in these buildings that you're seeing on the left here, and office on the upper floors of the buildings that face West Atlantic, with retail or restaurant in the ground floor of those buildings.
Big companies or like little?
We've
I
done a
watched
few
the
site
video from
inspections where we've walked through the site, and the most recent one, this concrete was down. This doesn't do a whole lot more, so I'm gonna.
Do they have a completion date they've shared?
So we keep asking if they have a shovel in the ground or a grand opening versus a shovel in the ground, which we had, and they don't want to commit yet, but they're close on this block. Once they're done on this block, they're then going to mobilize over to block 69 and 70, and I think they're already in for permit review on those two, which have 4-story buildings coming out of the ground there, and then there's requests that will come through the board for something happening on the Sunday House site. So the site encompasses this entire block, block 69, block 70, and then portions, of those blocks, and then the Sunday House site.
So they started renovations on Sunday House yet?
No.
No, they haven't done anything.
Are they?
They have to come in.
Well, but we approved windows and all of that stuff, so.
To the Sunday House, yeah. It was here a couple of times. They are, I don't want to talk too much about it, but they're in process right now for an additional change to the site. Yeah, so this does kind of move a little slow. I was going to speed it up a little, but we're almost done.
Are they
30
relocating all
seconds.
those trees from the lots
Yeah,
still?
so you see trees coming in. Some of them are those trees. So that was all staged, and those trees are coming back into the site. Now, I think it's interesting when you see the historic house happening right there on the corner. The roof comes off, roof is back on. It happens very fast.
Siding comes off.
Yeah. They look great, by the way.
Yeah.
Look fantastic.
They really did a nice job.
And I want to pause. Do you see the siding on the bottom right-hand corner?
Yeah.
So you saw the siding come
Yeah.
off, and then new plywood and new Tyvek, and the same siding whipped back on.
Yeah.
So this was something we've coordinated very closely with them to make sure that they don't just take off what was there and put on new.
Yeah, what's your point, Peter?
Yeah, it looks so good.
Yeah, so there's a
So
lot
the
of
rust stains on that wall over there. Oh, they just covered it up.
That's amazing.
so pretty cool.
Yeah.
I only do these every so often because it is just sitting there for 3 minutes looking at it. But it's for us, it's one of those things where it's very interesting to see what happens when a project comes out of the ground. You know, a lot of times something this big takes, you don't get to be here for it. It happens so many years later. So I thought you all would enjoy seeing it.
We did. That was great.
Thank you.
So that's, I think, all I have for updates. Oh, I'm sorry. Zoning in progress went into place. I don't know if any of you are watching the city commission meetings, but we had a workshop last month where we presented the cemetery. Did I tell you that they said go with designation? I think I told you this already. And they were talking about what to do with Atlantic Avenue, Conservation District, Historic District, all of that. And at the following week's meeting, a resolution was approved putting in place a zoning in progress, which is no demolition, no combination of lots, and no alterations of facades for the structures generally within the Atlantic Avenue potential proposed historic district. So that's in place for 6 months. We aren't taking any applications in. Ultimately, we are going to have to come back as staff and present land development regulation changes to how are we going to address that in code, and are we going to come forward with a conservation district. We don't have those.
Would those applications come to us, or would they go to planning and zoning?
They would go to, not to us.
Yeah.
So anything that would be coming along the avenue that wasn't designated or in OSHAD or Marina, those are not included. So yeah. I think that's it for me.
I do have a brief update. I don't know if many of you got to see it, but the commission had a workshop related to Robert's Rules, and it's super helpful, and I think you guys might find it pertinent to what you guys do here. So I'm going to go ahead and send around an email with that workshop so you can watch it. And then on another front, I know some of the things you guys ask about as a board are like mere curiosity, wondering if there are certain things that, you know, something could be done better, or is there a timeline, those kind of things. But I think as far as like when things are in your purview, you guys really have to stick to that. And like when we're talking about things like timeline, those are really things that are, you know, if there are any issues in a timeline, those are going to be addressed in the order of the chain of command, you know. So like Michelle reports to her director reports to a city manager, and then the city manager reports to the city commission, and we try to keep you guys in that purview all the time. You know, that's why I say during the memos, you know, you've got to write the memo as a recommendation to commission, and then that comes back down through the city manager to the director to Michelle and her team. So just keeping that in mind so that, you know, everything moves smoothly, but we also keep that same like direct line going through. But you guys have done a great job, and we really appreciate you guys.
And thank you so much for saying that. And we have revised our technical advisory committee letters that go out to the applicants, and we now put on the timeline. So the date you submitted, the date you got TAC comments, the date you resubmitted, the date you got your second round of comments. So if you go 9 rounds, you're going to have all those dates. Those are going to be making it onto your staff reports. So your staff reports may get longer by a page or half a page. We're working. That's what I understand the direction is coming forward. That's either on the staff report as an attachment. So it's now going to be in the public, this claim that staff is taking a long time to review plans. It's going to be indisputable now. So you're going to see that that's not what's happening.
That's good.
Because this is our constant complaint that our team has been under fire since I started here and before. And it's just simply not factual. I'm tired of responding to it.
I appreciate the 33-page report. You guys put the work into a really extensive report. I know that took a lot of work, but it was great information. Thank you for that.
It was also very well written.
Thank you. That was our team. I can't take responsibility for that one. It was our team together. Thanks.
Okay. do you want to start out with any comments?
It's been a long evening.
Yes.
I think we can all agree on that. Do we need to take a motion?
Imagine if we started at 6.
Right.
Say something, in general. Some kind of inconsistency now with the FEMA that allows, it's kind of surprising that you're allowed to start your building height from the flood elevation up. You know, they allowed to have 35 feet on top of the 9 feet, on top of the 14 feet. So obviously, okay, those are some kind of rules, but therefore, maybe you should have to amend the plane to start at 9 feet. Why does it start? Why does it start?
I don't want to get project specific
Right.
because the applicant was just
No,
here
I'm saying
asking
principle,
for this.
that's to all.
But this has been posed before on other projects, so as a generality, I
Mhm.
could speak about that.
Mhm.
That's why the waiver is in place.
Mhm.
So the relief process is in place for it to be a case-by-case scenario. So what might actually work for property A, two
Right.
doors down, might not work for that other property. So that's why you have the ability as a board to
Right.
deliberate with the findings that are in the waiver code
I see.
section. So I mean, I get
Okay.
it because FEMA right now is 8 plus the foot for the building code.
Right.
Then we start measuring height a foot above that.
Right.
So it's actually 10, where maybe something was sitting at 5.
Right.
So yes, but it's case by case scenario and then you look at the street.
Okay.
You know, in other instances, other waivers and things that have been approved, we had an entire block removed from the Marina Historic District many years ago, south of 3rd,
Mhm.
because so much relief was approved down there for these larger homes
Right.
that when the consultant came through and looked at what the board had approved in that block, they said it's no longer historic, and the whole block got removed from the historic boundary.
Right.
So that's the importance when you are looking at the requests before you, is that you apply what's happening in that property and the area and the relief allowed.
Okay. Interesting.
Can I ask you?
Carol, did
Thank
have
you.
some comments?
No comments.
Quick question, and I want to prolong this. A waiver versus a variance. What's the difference?
So, it's specific code sections that we're looking at. Variances, they're both a relaxing of code requirements. You wouldn't have a waiver to setbacks because the way it's in the code, it's a hard and fast. You have to have a 25-foot front setback. Landscape regulations, those are typically waivers that you have changes. So you don't have public notice with a waiver, where you do have public notice with a variance. So it's the difference of what standard is being relaxed, whether it's a regulation, a development standard, a supplemental standard.
Variances actually run with the land as well. So, they stay no matter who the property owner
Or they
is.
stick to the, if you get the variance, it's forever.
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
there are some exceptions to that, but yes.
The
Based
waiver's
on the
not,
design.
It's a case-by-case thing.
Well, it's based on the design. So like if you granted a waiver or a variance to allow a reduced, let's say rear setback, or no, let's say rear is fine. Because you approved a rear setback variance tonight. It's for the plan and project as it was designed. They couldn't make it bigger. So if they had like 20 feet of the back of the building at the variance, they couldn't make the whole back of the building 40. They'd have to come back. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think so.
It's
If
like,
you got a waiver for something and then you removed the part of the building that required the waiver, then that waiver existence would go away and you wouldn't be entitled to it in future. But a variance actually will run with the land so that you're entitled to it if you put a new owner, a new property, like a new building there.
Other comments?
Glad to learn something.
No, thank you.
None for you?
No, thank you.
John, none for you? Nope. May I have a couple? Do we ever put any input into the city's legislative initiatives that go to Tallahassee? And the reason I ask is Tallahassee is becoming more and more involved in historic preservation, among other things. And it would seem to me that the wishes and desires of the planning staff and of the board might be reflected in that.
So I can comment on this. you guys could, to the extent that you're, again, recommending to the commission, so it would be kind of like a memo to the commission to recommend to the state to adopt certain things, or noting support of a certain Senate bill that's out there, or something like that. And you could write it in a memo, and then, as long as you have support of the board, could recommend it to the
But I'm
commission.
thinking more of the initiative of it rather than the process. That if we don't know of that as something that we could consider, and we stumble across opportunities along the way that we see could help the historic preservation process, I think that would be good. The second question, the Paul Rudolph House on the Barrier Island, we spent a lot of time on that, and it looks like they've done a fantastic job. But there's a huge wall in the front of it now, so you can't even see what work has been done unless you put your face up to the gate. Was that wall, did we approve that wall? Is that, we did?
And they just put it up? It wasn't
No,
there
it's
before?
been up since they started the project.
It's just such a loss, because it is a historic building, and it's one of the few Paul Rudolph buildings in Florida.
So not to, get into a heavy conversation on this, but earlier I mentioned that we're looking at creating some regulations for how fill is handled on a property.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Fill is handled on a property. So currently, one of the only controls or measures we have for what happens on a property is tied to fence height. So fence height is measured like when you have a fence in the front yard setback, it has a max 4-foot height for historic. That is measured, and it's written in the code this way, from existing grade. So that fence feels higher, but it technically only is 4 foot from what was existing grade. So this is something that needs to be changed, because people are going to want to fill their property, but if they're filling and you're out here at the street level and you have a wall on the inside, the fill comes up much higher than the fence or the wall on the outside. So it needs attention, and it's something that's on our slate. Not mine, but as a department.
And lastly, anything new about the building or the complex that we're all concerned about in Northeast 2nd Avenue and Lake Ida Road?
Oh, Alice Beck's place.
Alice Beck's, yeah.
I have nothing new to report on that. We do have a new director of code enforcement or community. What's their? I'm sorry, I'm at a loss. What's the name of that department? Neighborhood and Community Services.
Thank you.
What's her name?
First name is Jerry.
Jerry.
Jerry Pryor.
I didn't want to bombard her on her first day with all of our historic problems, but we do plan on having a meeting once everybody's settled. Anybody can make any kind of a call. I will say that. I cannot call in code enforcement issues. I shouldn't be driving around the city looking for code enforcement issues. That's not in the purview of my position. So if there's a complaint and anybody has or a question, feel free.
Wasn't this an open case, though? Wasn't there an existing file on this?
I really, out of respect for these owners, because if they do end up coming back, I don't want to drag it through this, because, there were issues that were happening on the site. There were building permits as well.
Yeah, because
I have
just so
been
strange,
asked by the owners to be respectful of them.
They came before us, we said no, or come back, and then they did whatever they wanted.
Yeah, I think.
What's strange?
I
about
think
other
this
projects, a
one,
little
this
thing
one
gets
would definitely
caught.
fall in something that's not going to be within the board's purview.
Okay.
I think what she said, though, that you guys can definitely communicate with code enforcement. I'm sure she can provide an update once she gets that conversation with Jerry. But as far as like what should be done, that's going to have to stick on the code enforcement
goes to this
side.
board's authority or credibility.
Absolutely.
That's my concern. So, okay.
Well, I think your authority and credibility is that it is able to be enforced by code enforcement. So I wouldn't say that you guys not being able to like direct on the code enforcement at all minimizes the fact that you guys have the authority and credibility to make the decisions up here as far as.
If you could explain why that isn't in our purview, if it came before us, we made a decision.
Well, they were looking for a COA. We didn't give it to them.
I'm just saying that the
So-
code enforcement portion of it is
okay.
not within your purview.
Yeah. Code enforcement wouldn't be, but how they could proceed with work without a COA is.
Someone dropped the ball.
I don't know what the process would be at that point. If they didn't have a permit.
I'm tight-lipped.
Okay.
Feel free as a resident to call, a property owner to call and lean upon.
Streamlining a lot of projects.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I can think of one where I put a permit in November and just got it a few days ago. So that time, it's nothing. It's just building.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
great work.
Thank you.